coming up, and we've got a decent looking Raw. Just to blast down what is listed, what was on the official preview, we've got Logan Paul and Ricochet face to face. Now, that's not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but there's going to be certainly some people that are into that. And clearly they're going to have a match at SummerSlam. So it's going to be interesting to see what the build is. That match is going to result in some crazy spots, of course. So we'll see what goes down there. Ricochet and Logan face to face tonight. As well as that, we've got Cody sending a special message to Brock Lesnar. Of course, that's going to be at SummerSlam as well. So Cody and Brock. The third match, the final match, the blow-off match. Hopefully they go big. You might remember last year we got Brock and Roman. Brock coming down to the ring in the tractor, tipping the ring over, all this kind of stuff. I'm really into the idea of us going that big again. They can't do the same thing. It can't be the tractor and all that kind of stuff, but it's SummerSlam. We need to do something big. Maybe it's going to be Hell in a Cell. Maybe there's going to be some sort of stipulation in play. We'll have to wait and see. But if that's just going to be a normal match, I think that'll be a little bit disappointing. It feels like this third one, this blow-off match, needs to be something bigger. So we'll see. We'll see what they come up with. So we got that segment. We've got Miz and Ciampa in a no DQ match tonight. We got McIntyre and Riddle taking on Imperium. We got Maxine Dupree. No, don't worry, Max Dupree's not back. Maxine Dupree is graduating from her training, which seems a little quick, but whatever. She's graduating, so there's going to be a segment done on that as well. And obviously, we're going to be seeing Judgment Day, Finn and Damian on the same page. I'm sure we're going to be seeing Rhea. I'm sure we're going to be seeing Dom. So that is what the show is looking like tonight. Haven't heard anything in regards to any like last minute changes or anything along those lines. Obviously, we have been getting a few last minute changes recently. I haven't heard anything. That was on the official preview that dropped about an hour ago. The other thing that came through before I jump into the chat is some news regarding Bray Wyatt. Now, this came through from Fightful, and I saw Sean was sending a message out on this. So apparently he is not medically cleared still. He is still not cleared. And they said there was going to be more information, more details that was going to go up on the Fightful Select. So what we can do is just try and fire that up, see if we can find the information on that, because I haven't actually read that yet. But we can have a little look at that. Here we go. Bray Wyatt still not cleared. Just a couple of hours ago, Bray has been sidelined since February. He is out of action with an illness that has prevented him from being cleared in ring. So there we go. Kind of confirmation that it is an illness. This is very much what has been doing the rounds anyway. It's not the biggest shock in the world. I'd be more shocked if it wasn't. But yeah, you know, there was talk about maybe like, I mean, I suppose it could still be mental health. I suppose that could still be classed as an illness. But like mental health has been used quite a bit as a potential reason as to why we've not been seeing Bray. But yeah, he's out with an illness. Fightful Selects inquired about Wyatt's status. A WWE higher-up confirmed that Wyatt is still sidelined and not cleared for action. Wyatt was involved in a feud with Bobby Lashley, and they were planned for a WrestleMania match. Also scheduled was Bo/Uncle Howdy, who has been off TV since, and Alexa, who is now out for the rest of 2023 on maternity leave. In the months that have followed, we haven't heard of any significant creative plans due to the unpredictable nature of Wyatt getting cleared. So okay, well, there we go. Illness, still not cleared for a return. That's what Fightful have been told. I mean, honestly, I still think there's a chance we see him at SummerSlam because I think that if he's going to come back, it could be done very hush-hush. So I still think there's a good chance that of SummerSlam. But Yeah, obviously not looking great at the moment for a Bray return. Certainly not expecting him on the road to SummerSlam. I'm certainly not going to be expecting him on Friday or anything along those lines. I think whenever we get to one of these big shows, that's when people tend to talk about Bray, and it's like, are we going to see him before SummerSlam? Are we going to see him before WrestleMania? Is he going to be on the Raw after WrestleMania? Like, are we going to see him at Money in the Bank? There was plenty of people asking if we were going to see him there. And I've said all along, I think SummerSlam is where people make their returns. I believe Roman came back at SummerSlam 2020. And then you've got like Becky, who came back in 2021. You had Brock come back in 2021. You had Bayley come back in 2022, along with Dakota and the call-up of EO. So SummerSlam has got a rich, recent history of seeing people come back. Now, we do have Randy out. We do have Big E out. We do have Bray out. There is plenty of people that are out, right? So there's plenty of people to bring back. It doesn't mean that Bray is going to be one of them, but and obviously we don't know what this illness is as well. So, you know, that's got to be cleared up first. I mean, it just might be that this illness is just not going away. Might be that this illness just is not letting up. And so he can't be cleared until that's done. But I still think there's a chance. I still give it a chance that he's going to be at SummerSlam. But I really am not expecting anything before that. So that's the latest on Bray. That is the latest on the Raw preview. There's a few other bits for us to touch into, but I do want to jump into the chat and say hello to people like Luca AFC, who said, do you think Edge needs to challenge Seth? Edge admitted he is not done until he wins a world title. I think he should challenge Seth, yes. Whether he should win or not, I really don't know. I mean, Edge, am I right in saying that he is on SmackDown? Because we saw him on the Grayson Waller effect. So I'm guessing that means he's a SmackDown star. It's not the biggest problem in the world. You know, I mean, we know that the brand split is not the hardest of brand splits in all of sports, so it was not that big of a problem. But and you could easily have him win the Rumble or win an Elimination Chamber or find his way. You know, like he could find a way. Let's put it that way. He could find a way. So should he challenge Seth before he hangs it up? Yeah, I think so. Because even if he's not going to win, that's a big opponent for Seth. Plenty of people will be like, are they going to pull the trigger? Like, there's that bit of doubt. Like, are they going to put it onto Edge, like, one last time? Are we going to do that? I do think, actually, I mean, I think it's just been a bit of circumstance. Because if you actually look, like, since Edge came back, which was 2020, you know, obviously he went into a feud with Randy. And then, you know, this is, by the time we get into the end of 2020, this is when we're starting to see Roman and this historic title reign, this historic Roman title reign. I don't know if this was planned to last this long at the start, or if the ratings and the quality of the segments, the engagement. I mean, they just did a 2.5 on SmackDown. The Roman segment was watched by 3 million people, right? Which is incredible. Those are incredible numbers. So we know that the shows are being watched and enjoyed by a lot of people. The Bloodline story has been a massive success. Edge is just really unfortunate that he's come back at this time, you know, because Roman's had the undisputed title on lockdown. He's had the WWE Championship pretty much since Edge returned on lockdown. Edge would have to have gone after that belt straight away, right? Which was not going to happen. Because he had come back and we wanted to ease him into it. We put him into that feud with Randy Orton. You know, the WrestleMania match, WrestleMania 36, was a bit long. The backstage brawl thing, very long, actually. But I thought the greatest wrestling match at, I want to say Backlash, was really good. Really enjoyed it. I know it was cinematic, but that's probably my one of, you know, that and the Boneyards. I think are maybe my 2 favorite cinematic matches. I enjoyed Money in the Bank as well, though. in the offices. I thought that was pretty fun. That had a few things about it, but yeah, I would say the greatest wrestling matches is right up there. It was a really enjoyable match. So, you know, that's what Edge was doing in 2020. And then boom, you know, Roman comes back and off we go with this historic title reign. Now, he could have gone for the WWE Championship. Obviously, Roman's got the Universal at first. But I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult because we just never quite find our way to get an Edge towards that title. So it's just been a little hard to get Edge to the belts. But that's the past. It is what it is. And we'll see kind of where it goes now. We'll see where it leads to now. And I think he should have one shot before he goes. Whether he wins it or not, I really don't know. I really don't know. I can't say that I'm going to start a campaign for Edge to be like a world champ before he retires. But if it happened, I would be pleased for him. Certainly, he's not the person that should end Roman's title reign, because Edge just isn't going to be around long enough to benefit from being that person, you know? The person that beats Roman, that person is going to really benefit from being the person that beat Roman. And so they are going to get a good few years of gloating about that, just like Brock got a good few years out of gloating about being the one to end the Undertaker streak. And, you know, that was 10 years ago. Next year, that'll be 10 years. This is why I don't think Brock was a bad choice, because, you know, we've had 10 years of someone being on top and benefiting from beating the Undertaker streak. You know, you could have given that to someone that, you know, you could have given it, say, Ryback or something along those lines, that you fast forward and, you know, they're not around anymore. And all of a sudden, then that would have put a bit of a on the streak. You know, if the person that had ended it was Ryback, or like, you know, someone else, Dean Ambrose was the one that had ended it. You know, it might just put a little bit of a on the ending of the streak, because, and in all fairness, that does exist anyway for many people. But I think the fact that the person that ended it is still around in WWE, still a top guy in WWE, and has gloated about ending the Undertaker streak and used it in storylines. And, you know, I kind of think like, yeah, that was fine. That was fine for me. I didn't quite feel that way at the time, but I feel pretty good about it now. I'm all right with it now. And I think like the same should be with whoever ends Roman's title reign. Whoever ends Roman's title reign, they need to be around in 10 years' time. They need to be around at the top of the cards. They need to be someone that we're really, really investing in and that can really benefit from being the one that ended Roman's title reign. That is an Edge. That's not Edge. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Roy Downing said, Days, I think Bobby should be the one to end Roman's title reign. Boogra said, what if Edge shows up tonight on Raw? Said, I might celebrate my 25th year on Raw at SmackDown Lowdown. He said, I might celebrate my 25th year on Raw at SmackDown Lowdown. But he could show up tonight, yeah? I mean, as we said, it's not a hard... This brand split, it upsets people that it's not as hard as what they want it to be. I've said before, it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't bother me. I think that if you want to know where to watch your favorite superstars, because for some reason, not everyone watches both shows, right? I mean, we know that SmackDown gets like 2.2, 2.5 million viewers. We know that Raw gets 1.7, 1.8, maybe 1.9 on a good day. That's a good chunk of people. We're talking like nearly 500,000 people that are watching SmackDown that are not watching Raw, right? So I think that if you are someone that just watches one of the shows, like, you need to know where their home is, right? You need to know where can you find them. Their home is either SmackDown or Raw, right? Now, if they do rock up on the other show as a bonus, not bothered. Yeah, fine. I mean, the only thing I would say is that for me, if it's going to start happening like loads and then they're not showing up on their show, they're over on the other show and they're not on their show, that's when I'll say, why have we done the brand split? because then the brand split has no value. I mean, like, it doesn't make any sense. Right now, it makes sense to me because I know, if you're tuning into Raw because you think you're going to see Roman, well, no, you're not, right? Roman's on SmackDown, and he's not even there every week. That's the point of the brand split. It's to let you know where they're based. It's to let you know what show that you can catch these stars on. But if they do want to venture over to the other show, then, don't mind it. I'm not going to cry about it. Follow Raw, but I don't watch it much. Not baseball this weekend, so might be watching it, says Eric. Bobby said, I think Bray will come back at SummerSlam and join Judgment Day. Stanton said, Days, hello from Chicago. How's Linda doing? She's doing great, thank you. It's been a real positive, this this whole kind of selling of WWE and all that kind of stuff, because Linda, I think, is now really seeing Vince for what he is, and that's not great. And so it's really boosting my chances with Linda. She's always been a little bit cold towards me, but I'm the one that's always put the effort in. But since the sale and the allegations and all that kind of stuff, things have been great. Things have been really great. So my relationship with Linda McMahon is going from strength to strength. Al Sean says, Days, how long do you think Seth will be world heavyweight champion? I don't think it'll be loads and loads and loads. I mean, I would say WrestleMania at the very, very, very longest. And even then, I don't know that we're going to get that far. Reason why I say that is because Roman's got the other title on lockdown. So you're kind of in a rock and a hard place, because you don't want the world heavyweight title to become the 24/7 belt. You certainly don't want it to get devalued to the point where it's just getting passed around all the time, right? But equally, I think fans would like to see the championship kind of going around a little. We've got plenty of superstars that have been starved of being a world champ. Sami Zayn has never been a world champion, right? I would love Sami to get Seth's title. That is we've never spoke about that actually, but that is one of the big stories that I am desperate for. That would be a really fun video, like the top 5 things that you would love to see in WWE, right? What 5 things? What would you absolutely love to see in WWE? And for me, one of them would be Sami becoming a world champion. I think by the time that Sami retires, if his Wikipedia page does not say that he held a world title, I think that's going to be a great shame. Now, he may have held world titles in other smaller promotions, but listen, being the PWG champion, right, it don't mean much to anyone. Like, you either need to get over to AEW and win their belt, or you need to win the WWE title. And maybe to a lesser extent, the Impact title is kind of recognized. New Japan title is recognized. Well, to my knowledge, Sami has never won any of those. So if he's just going to see out his time in WWE and not become a world champion, I think that would be just a horrific shame. So I would love, and he's not going to be the one to beat Roman. That's been and gone now, right? His opportunity was Montreal. So I don't see that being the case anymore. But he could certainly win the one off Seth, or whoever beats Seth. If it's a heel, Sami might be able to get it off them. And I still feel that Sami is owed something, He got to main event WrestleMania, which is awesome, right? And that is, he was more than deserving of that. But I think if you think of how great he was in the Bloodline story, what he brought to that story, if you think about like that special night in Montreal, I think that he's kind of owed that world title run. And as I said, it doesn't even need to be Roman's. So yeah, I would love to see Sami do that. But that's me. I mean, there's people that want LA Knight to get there eventually. There's people that want to see AJ Styles get there. Just been having a conversation about Edge potentially getting it before he retires. So there is a healthy queue of people that could do with becoming world champion at some point. And I don't know. I mean, like, I'd say it's Seth's to lose at the moment. Seth's doing a great job with it. I don't think anyone's down on Seth being the world champion. It'll be interesting to see who he faces at SummerSlam. We could absolutely see him lose it at SummerSlam. He could lose it in Saudi Arabia, of course, because although it was crowned there, in all fairness. But you know that they want to, Saudi Arabia pay a lot of money. So you know they're going to want to give something to Saudi Arabia. But as I said, they did actually crown the new champion there. So they have kind of already given something to Saudi Arabia. But I'd say that show has got great potential to see a title change. Survivor Series, we don't know if he'll be defending. So it's hard to say. B shows, I don't know. B shows have been built up quite big under Triple H. So even the B shows this year, like Backlash was fun, and Elimination Chamber was incredible. So I kind of think that, you know, every pay-per-view, there's a chance that Seth loses it. I think there's a good chance he loses it at some point this year, but it's hard to pinpoint where and when. SummerSlam's going to be the first big challenge, and then the Saudi show probably after that. But outside chance he makes it to WrestleMania. Ryan Gambler said, good evening from Oklahoma. What are your top 5 Intercontinental champions of all time? Thank you. It was a great stream on Saturday, said Ryan Gambler. Well, when I think Intercontinental champions, the first name that always comes to mind is Chris Jericho. I just remember Jericho having some really fun runs with that belt. So Chris Jericho's the first name that comes to mind. I also think about the Ultimate Warrior, which, I mean, it's difficult because, to be honest, the reason why I think about him is because he achieved some stuff with that belt. He actually held it a couple of times. But what he achieved with it was he ended Honky Tonk Man's reign, right? And he did it in amazing fashion. Amazing fashion. It's funny, actually. I only did a little video on that just the other day. Where he comes down and like Honky didn't even know who his opponent was. And it turned out to be the Warrior. The place goes bananas. Warrior beats him in like super quick time. And it was just like, oh my God, what's going on? Like, you know, and that Honky Tonk Man record still stands to this day. You could make an argument for Honky Tonk Man, but I don't think his reign was brilliant. There was a lot of cheating. A lot of breaking of guitars over people's heads and things along those lines. So, yeah, that's Warrior definitely would come to mind because he ended that reign. And then also, of course, you get champ versus champ. I mean, the fact that at WrestleMania 6 we get Hogan and we get Warrior and it's champion versus champion, both the titles. Technically, if Hogan had won that, he would have been Intercontinental champion. So, you know, Hogan, I think, competed for all of the belts at WrestleMania, and yeah, that was when he competed for the IC title. Obviously, he doesn't win, and Warrior goes off to become champ, and then he forfeits the belts. So, not the best of endings to his Intercontinental title reign. The fact that it was just forfeited, but Warrior's one of those that I absolutely love, and. Yeah, that would come to mind. Bret Hart, of course. I mean, Bret Hart, just fantastic. You know, makes me think of SummerSlam 92 and that match with the British Bulldog. One of my all-time favorite matches. The fact that the Intercontinental Championship, again, how weird. I mean, technically, the Intercontinental Championship main events WrestleMania 6 along with the WWE Championship. But of course, it main events SummerSlam 92 as well when we get British Bulldog and Bret Hart. So I kind of think that there's probably something in that. Every time the Intercontinental Championship is treated with respect and is made to mean something, that's those people are my favorite champions. And I've got no qualms in saying, I don't know what number I'm up to, but I've got no qualms in saying Gunther. I think Gunther is absolutely, you could put Gunther in any generation of wrestling and he works. Because he's very no nonsense, he's very no thrills, but he's also a big monster heel, right? And he's got that kind of foreign menace. So I mean, because he's not like some kind of cringy gimmick, He would work in the Attitude Era. You could see Gunther against Stone Cold, right? I think he'd be a solid mid-carder, and, maybe we could get him up to the main event scene. Hard, because main event scene was rammed in the Attitude Era, but I could see Gunther on in the mid-card in the Attitude Era. You could easily see him in the the Golden Era, like the late 80s and everything, because he would be a great heel for Hogan. Hogan was always Mr. America, going after the foreign heels, like when he went after the Iron Sheik, or when he went after Sergeant Slaughter, the Iraqi sympathizer. And so you could definitely see them hamming up the fact that Gunther is Austrian. And, you could definitely see a match at WrestleMania between Gunther and Hulk Hogan. Yeah, you go back to the territory days, he would easily stand out in the territory days. And he works in the modern era as well. I mean, he is just, you can put him anywhere. He's amazing. He's amazing. So, a few names there. There's others as well. You think about Mr. Perfect. You might want to talk about Christian, or you could go down a bit of a list. But those would be the first ones that come to my mind. Days, can you check the tweet about the Everton match tie strap guy I've tagged you in? Everton match tie strap guy. Huh? I will have a look. Let me try and get to these super chats first, though. Ethan said, Days, quick question. What's your opinion on Roman being pinned at Money in the Bank? Do you think it was right? Yeah, I think it was right. I think it was right. The reason why I think it was right is because we need a reason for Jay to be worthy of facing Roman for the titles, right? Now, you can make the argument that Jay is family and Roman wants to put him in his place and he didn't need to get pinned in order to find a reason, and that's fine. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But I do think Jay being able to brag about being the one that to pin Roman for the first time in, 3.5 years, massively boosts his case for having that opportunity. The other thing you've got to think about as well are the casual fans. So to the casual fans, if we are doing Roman versus Jay, you can certainly talk about the family element and all that kind of stuff. That's cool. But I think if you tell the casuals who might tune in for WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, they tune in for those big shows and that's it. If you can say to them, the guy he's facing tonight is the first guy that pinned him in 3.5 years, that means something. That means something. That definitely means something to the casuals, right? So I think that what you're doing is and let's be perfectly truthful here, Jay's not a singles wrestler, right? He can do it, but there's many others on the roster that are ahead of him when it comes to credibility as a singles wrestler, right? Jay is a great wrestler. He's, one half of one of the greatest tag teams we've ever seen. But for him to stand a chance against Roman, it's, for me, unlikely. And so we really need to give Jay as much as we can, right? We need to build Jay up as much as we can. I actually think he's quite a weak challenger. I think the story's good. I think it's right that he challenges Roman, but we're talking about one half of the Usos, right? Who's smaller. I mean, maybe if he was taller and bigger than Roman, but he's smaller than Roman and not as big as Roman, doesn't look as strong as Roman, doesn't have the experience that Roman has. He is very much in every sense the underdog, right? I think you've got to give him stuff to make it feel like he stands a chance. In my eyes, he doesn't. I don't think he beats Roman. There's people out there that do. There's people out there that want it to be Jay, and they hope that Jay can do it. For me, I think Jay is one half of the Usos. I think he is a guaranteed Hall of Famer. I think he is a tag team specialist. I think he is brilliant. But I don't think he's a solo wrestler. I don't think he's a singles wrestler. He could be, but if we were going to do that, we'd have to get in a mid-card title. And, I mean, look at the work that we're putting into Austin Theory. Look at the work that we're putting into Gunther. Look at the work that you have to put in to build people up as credible solo singles wrestlers. And look at the work we're doing with Solo. Talking of Solo, right? Bill, he's standing there as a moody menace, right? Wearing different attire to the Usos to make him stand out. Don't forget, the Usos always wearing the same identical gear. The message is always they are together, they are a unit, they are a tag team. Solo is different. Solo is Solo. He's even called Solo. So I sort of feel like you've got to give him loads to make him feel like he stands a chance against Roman. Build him up. I think the pin was great because that definitely helps him, gives him something to brag about, gives something for the casuals to focus on. It doesn't bother me that Roman's been pinned. Roman doesn't seem weaker in my eyes now. I don't look at Roman and think, oh, you know, well, it's ruined now. He's been pinned. I don't think that at all. It was in a tag match. It was in a tag match. The titles weren't on the line. And yeah, he got pinned. But, you know, there was so much that was going on. There's other people involved. If that was a one-on-one match, would he be pinned? Well, that's what we're going to find out, innit? That's the whole point of it. So now we go to SummerSlam with that exact question, like for us to find out the answer to. If you take away Jimmy Solo and it's a one-on-one match, does Roman get pinned by Jay there, right? And they've set it up beautifully. I think that it was fine. And also I've said this, if Cody is the one that's going to end Roman's title reign, then I think that moment of Cody with the belts, looking at the heavens, tears coming down his face, there ain't no one in that moment that's going to look at Cody in that moment and go, well, yeah, I mean, it's fine, but it would be better if Roman hadn't been pinned by Jay. I mean, no, surely. They know you're going to be so, like, emotionally involved in that moment at the story being completed that Cody has done it and he's got the belts and he's looking at Dusty. He's looking at the heavens at Dusty and the story is complete. You're honestly telling me anyone's going to turn around in that moment and say, well, it was fine, but it would have been better if Roman hadn't been. No, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't matter. Right? Whoever is going to be the one that beats Roman for those titles, they will be as big as they would ever have been, right? This doesn't take anything away from Roman, but it does give something to Jay. And for that reason, I like it. I like it. It doesn't really change anything in my opinion. So, Ethan, great question, dude. I really like that question. It's one that I think we have spoken or just touched on. But, yeah, it's such an interesting hot topic. I could understand people having a difference of opinion there. But as I've said before, look, these are just my opinions. So, like, if people want to jump in the chat and say they don't agree and give reasons why, do it. No, it doesn't bother me. But I know how I feel about these things. I watch these shows. I obviously have my opinions, just like everyone has their opinions. And for me, Roman doesn't feel any different. Roman doesn't feel smaller or weaker or anything along those lines. He still feels like he always has. So, no, I'm fine with it. Shakeem said, Days, do you own Eddie Guerrero? Do you own Eddie Guerrero? Is that your question, Shakeem? Do I own Eddie Guerrero? The figure? I've got an Eddie figure, yeah. I think I don't know how many I've got, actually. I think I've got one or two. I'm trying to see if I can see it, actually. I don't know where it is. I do have... That's a good question, because I actually don't know where it is. I've got one or two, and I think one of them is in, like, WCW attire. I can't tell you what series it's from. I will go to the comments, answer a few more, and then I'll see if I can find it. Because I can't actually remember. Oh, I think I do have a couple now I'm thinking about it. There's another one which I don't think I ever took out of a box. I'll have a look. I'll see if I can find them, and we'll see. Jim said, fun fact, Honky Tonk Man actually lost at the house show the night before SummerSlam to The Warrior, says Jim. That is fun, Jim. Shout out to you. Paulie said, who do you think Io will cash her Money in the Bank contract on? Yeah, I like that. I think she will cash in on Asuka. I think there is a chance that we get, this was mentioned in the chat the other day, so we could get Asuka, Bianca, Charlotte, Bayley as like a fatal four-way at SummerSlam. And someone said, well, what if Bayley wins and then Io cashes in? I mean, that would be sick, wouldn't it? That would be a great moment, wouldn't it? Bayley finds a way. You know, you've got all four women competing. I'm not a fan, and I've said it before, and I have not changed my mind, right? I'm not a fan of championships being defended in fatal four ways. It is a disadvantage to the champion, right? I don't understand, because to be honest, I know it's sports entertainment, so I know we're not strictly sports. It's sports entertainment. But really, you would think WWE want the best people to be their champions, right? You would think that. And so you're not guaranteeing that if you do a fatal four-way, because anyone can win a fatal four-way. You know, the champ could be down on the outside, someone pins someone in the ring, all of a sudden the champ's lost their title. I think it was Jim, actually, that said what they should do is they should make it like elimination. So have four people battling. If someone gets pinned, that person's eliminated, the match continues. That way, at some point, the champ would have to be pinned, or the champ would have to be beaten at some point. That definitely feels fairer. The only thing I would say is we know why they do these types of matches. They do them because they're big and crazy and fun and crazy spots, but also it protects the champion. If you've got a champion that you don't want to see get beat one-on-one, but you do want to get the belt off them, this is the match that you would put them in. You can put them in a fatal four-way, fatal five-way, even a triple threat, and they can lose the belt without losing the belt. Doesn't make them look weak, but they're not the champ anymore. And so it's kind of a creative device, if you will. I think it's lazy. I think it's really lazy. I don't find that clever. I don't think that that's a good way of booking. I would much rather that we just beat the champ, to be honest, right? I'd much rather the champ just lose rather than all this. There is too much protecting in WWE, way too much protecting. And that, you know, that was actually one of the things that really stood out to me with NXT. When I first watched NXT, and I don't think it's so much the case now, but if you go back to like 2013, 2014 NXT, a lot of them matches are clean finishes. There's a lot of matches there where you're getting out and out. Like, I remember people going up against each other. They weren't high level, but they were both prospects. And you'd be like, I don't know, like both of these people need the win. And so you was looking at it going, I don't know how it was great. It was really good to see someone lose, out and out lose. Like, it was really good. So we know that down in NXT, they can do clean finishes and not do like super protective stories. I would like to see that a little more on the main roster. But in this instance, right, if we are going to find a way of having Io cash in on Bayley, I'm all right with us doing it if it gets us to where we need to get to. Don't love it. I don't love it. I'm still not crazy about a championship being defended in a fatal four-way. But as I said, if it means that Io cashes in on Bayley, I think that could be really fun. You could just do Asuka against Bayley, but it doesn't feel like we're going that way because obviously Bianca's around and Charlotte's around. Unless we do Bianca, Charlotte, Bayley, Asuka, and we do them as two separate matches. We could potentially do that. And then you could have Bayley beat Asuka, and then you could have Io cash in on Asuka. And then you could do Asuka trying to get her belt back, which means we get Io versus Asuka, which would be amazing. I think a lot of people want to see that match, one-on-one. And then the whole damage control, what's going on there. Bayley would find herself on her own because Dakota's obviously injured. I don't think she's going to want to hang around with Io. Or maybe she could hang around with Io and just a bit of a bombastic side eye. Just sort of giving her a bit of a bit of a still hurts, you know. And maybe you could like have a bit of fun with that. So I don't know. There's a few things going on in the women's division at the moment that I think is really quite interesting. A few different directions in which you can go. Shaquem said, my question was, do a video on Eddie Guerrero. Do a video on Eddie Guerrero. There's no plans to do a video on Eddie. I appreciate you letting me know that that's something you'd like to see. But to be honest, at the moment, my plan is doing videos on SummerSlam. Because we are obviously getting closer to SummerSlam 2023, and so I'm working like towards that. So I've started. What I want to try and put on the channel more of is I want to put little 2-minute videos on the channel. That's what I want to do. I wanted 1-minute videos, and I was putting them as shorts. The problem with that is a minute means that you have to cut quite a few corners. Like, I can't even say full names of wrestlers because I don't have enough time to say the full names of wrestlers. There's the occasional backstage segment that has to be cut that I can't mention happened. They're never important. You know, it's never anything massive, otherwise it would make the video. But it's tight. It's really tight. It's too tight. So I've just expanded it to 2 minutes just to give it a little more breathing room, just to give me that little more space. I think it makes for a better, more entertaining video. I think you can just go that little bit deeper. And I think the videos need that sometimes. So lesson learned, if you will. Lesson learned. But I've learned that lesson, that's what it needs to be. And so now you might see that the SmackDown, the NXT, the Raw videos there, 2 minutes long, they go out as videos. And I've started to do the SummerSlam ones now. So I did SummerSlam 88. I thought it was good. I enjoyed making it. I enjoyed doing, like, putting it all together and everything. I definitely watched it back and I was like, there's still something. It's good, but there's still something that can just be tweaked here. So it is a bit of work in progress. I've got SummerSlam 89 done. It will be uploaded in a couple of days. The only reason I haven't uploaded it yet is because obviously we're doing this stream. As soon as this stream's done, I'll do the Raw results thing. Then tomorrow we got NXT. Then I do the NXT results thing. So do you know what I mean? I don't want the SummerSlam video to get lost. So I'm having to kind of wait for us to get past these next couple of shows, and then I can look to upload it. I like it. I like this 89 one. I think it's better, to be honest. I think that it's I think I've made a couple of little tweaks, which it's still 2 minutes, but I think it's just a little more engaging. So it's going to keep improving, evolving. I'm constantly looking at them. But my plan now is SummerSlam 90, SummerSlam 91, SummerSlam 92, SummerSlam 93. I won't get a chance to do them all before we get to SummerSlam because there's only so much time. And as I said, like, unfortunately, I can't just upload them each day because the streams will get in the way. The Raw results video will get in the way. The SmackDown video will get in the way. The Saturday stream will get in the way. There's things that are hitting the channel that will just block it and get in the way. So I'm having to be really like careful with when I upload them. Super boring, super dull, stuff that you won't care about. But that's the kind of stuff you have to think about when you are doing YouTube. And so I'm having to just space them out a little bit. I don't know what year I'll get up to by the time I get to SummerSlam, but whether I continue doing SummerSlam after that, I'm not sure, because I might then switch my attention to whatever the next pay-per-view is and start going back and doing those. And I could see this actually being something that we just kind of keep doing, you know, which is good, actually. It's good to have like something that you can get your teeth into, something that you can just keep working on. And I enjoy doing them. It's great going back. It's a lovely refresher as well to go back and, like, you know, remind yourself of what happened at those shows. And yeah, I'm just going to like keep trying to work my way through that. So getting around to do like an Eddie Guerrero video is just, it's not on the agenda at the moment. But the LA Knight one that went up, I mean, it's crazy because on YouTube, I think that did like just under 2,000 views, right? On TikTok, it did 97,000 views. It's just mental, in it, and it's the same video. So, lesson learned that, like, sometimes it's not the content you make, it's just the algorithm, or it's how it's presented. It might be the thumbnail's not right, the title's not right, the description's not right. Well, I don't know, whatever. But the same video, 2,000 views on YouTube, 97,000 views on TikTok. It's mental. So I'm just going to focus on keep making the videos, making that content, and just keep trying to get it out there. And a big thank you to everyone that's watched it as well. There's been some really good positive feedback, and as I said, I am aware that I think they can be better. That's what I'm aware of. I think I can make them tighter, maybe more entertaining. I don't know. I'm constantly like, the amount of stuff I do behind the scenes, like graphics that get made, and constantly watching the videos back, thinking about how can I tighten that. It's kind of what's going on at the moment. So yeah, 1989 is going to be up very soon, and I've already started work on 1990. Mayhem said, I think they should prolong the story, have Solo pull Jay off Roman right when Jay is about to get the 3, causing a DQ. Ooh. Mayhem, shout out to you. Will Randy return tonight? No, I don't think so, but I haven't seen any word on Randy coming back. I think I heard that he was cleared now. But to be honest, if you're bringing back Randy Orton, you're doing that at SummerSlam. I really don't think you bring him back on a Raw. Unless you want to build him up to have a match at SummerSlam and you want him to actually feature at SummerSlam. But if the news about Bray is true, that he's not medically cleared, then it might be a case that Randy is the SummerSlam surprise, because we're bound to get a big return at SummerSlam. Days, do you think DIY could come back, says Jack. Jack, shout out to you. Do I think DIY could come back? Yes, I think DIY could come back. I heard rumors, and I'm sure many of you heard rumors as well, that they are looking, and they were looking at bringing DIY back. So now that Tommaso is back from his surgery, he's clearly doing a little something with Miz. But you might remember Johnny was making noises about the fact that someone was coming back. It wasn't that long ago we were getting backstage segments with The Way, where Johnny was like, he's coming back soon, It's believed that he was referring to Tommaso. So I think we will see a little moment where Tommaso and Johnny are face to face. I think that'll get people excited. It won't get people crazy excited in the arenas, because we have to be honest, there's a good chunk of people that don't watch NXT. But I think if you did watch NXT, then I think you'll be excited at the thought of seeing DIY. And the belief is that we could be seeing them again very soon. Right. Jump back. Brenton said, shout out to you, Days. Hope you are well. How often do you go back and watch old streams for reference to fix things? Also, what happened to the review after shows? Too time consuming. That's a great question, Brenton. How often do I go back and rewatch the streams? I don't go back and rewatch the streams very much. The only reason I would do that would be to fix the sound. The sound is my biggest problem with the streams. I think the background's fine. I think seeing the chat, I think the layout's fine. Seeing you guys on screen, the text box at the bottom, I think all of that works for me, right? I think works, I think it's fine. The only thing that's a constant problem is the sound. And the sound's not bad. This is as good as I can get it right now, right? But the sound's not bad, but it's just if I get a bit loud, it can cut out. And that happens, obviously, at the most dramatic of moments. That's when I'm at my loudest. And, I keep looking in the chat and people are like, you've gone mute and all that kind of stuff. The thing with that is I have tried to fix that so many times. I have watched so many YouTube videos. I've had so many people give me advice. I've tried so much stuff. I've gone into the settings. I've, enabled things and disabled things and put limiters on, and I've done so much, right? And it's a problem, to be honest. It's a problem. I feel like there is some settings that I just cannot get to. No YouTube video seems to be able to help me. So I do tend to go in and just see, right, what was the sound like? That's my big battle. But I mean, in regards to going back and watching the streams for, I don't know, changing the content, I don't really think there is any way to change this content. You know, we start now before we jump into the chat, I chat away with you guys, and then we watch the show together, we share our thoughts, blah, 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 blah. So content-wise, I don't think there's a great deal to change. The only thing I would do with the streams, and it has crossed my mind a few times, would be to bring in some little segments. So, you know, crazy moment of the week, and we could have a little graphic, and then, like, you know, we show an image or we show whatever. Showing footage is clearly not going to be possible, but, you know, so this is where I keep hitting a barrier. Like, you can't show the footage because then you run the risk of getting copyright striked, which if you get copyright striked, I mean, you know, you get 3 of those, the channel goes forever, right? So you can't mess around with that stuff. So this is where it becomes very difficult. This can where it be a bit of a challenge. But yeah, I've thought about things like, obviously we do the halftime scores. There's been people asking for full-time scores. I was thinking like ring attire of the week or fan sign of the week or whatever it might be. Ideally something where you only have to show an image. But to be honest, I don't know how much you want to get bogged down with that kind of stuff, you know? Because if I'm setting that up to do fan sign of the week, like, that potentially means I'm missing out on maybe something else that's happening on the show. So it's a bit of a balancing act, to be honest. It's a bit of a balancing act. Like, you want to make it engaging and entertaining, but equally you don't want to take yourself away from the show too much, because there can be lots of little, you know, something can be said, there can be a little look, someone could spot someone in the crowds. I mean, there's so much that could go down. You'd really have to be using your commercial break time to do anything like that. So that's the only thing content-wise that's ever crossed my mind. But other than that, it's just sound. In regards to post-show reviews, so they have kind of slowly evolved and changed, and now they have become those post-show recap videos. The reason why I don't do the reviews is because we were doing them as live streams, and we were doing them for about an hour. I think they then went down to about half an hour, but the kind of views on those were okay. They were okay. They were okay. There was the people were watching them, and we had a nice little community. But to be honest, I just think that the review scene is very crowded. I think there's a lot of people that do post-show reviews. I think you've got Fightful that's doing them. I know JD from New York does one. I think you've got Joe Cronin. I think you've got maybe Don Tony. I would imagine that there's got to be other people outside of Fightful. I know that 411 do a written one as well. There's loads. So I sort of think that it's a very crowded market. And it's one where I don't know that I can find the growth there. I think that we've got a great community. But to be honest, I think a lot of people that were joining us were people that joined us in the live stream anyway. And I always give my thoughts during the stream. So by the time we get into a post show, I don't know how interesting that is or how essential that is. So then what I started to do was to make them videos, and rather than doing them as streams, I thought I'd make them as videos, because I thought that would be a bit more accessible for new people. Rather than having to watch a half an hour stream that you might not want to commit to, here's a 10-minute video, here's an 8-minute video. Maybe that's a bit better for you, right? And so we were doing that for a while, and that worked. That was good. That was fine. But I think where we've got to now is I'm into this like 2-minute idea. I like this 2-minute idea because I'm not seeing that. The thing with YouTube is you always want to find something a little unique. You always want to find your space. You want to find something that you can really make your own. And I'm not seeing anyone put out 2-minute recap videos. I distinctly made the decision to not put my opinions in them because I feel like there's not enough time, basically. I can't tell you what's happened and give you my thoughts in 2 minutes. But what I can do is I can tell you what's happened, show you some fun stuff like fun crowd signs, fun moments, right? I can do that. And then it's up to you in the comments to leave your thoughts, and then you can read what other people think about the show. So it's kind of just evolved into that now. And it works because I want to do SummerSlam that way, which is what I'm doing. I want to tell you what LA Knight did in 2022, which is what I've done. I want to do Bailey, which I did as a 1-minute video, but I'll probably put back out as a 2-minute video. Same with Cody and blah, 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 blah. So, you know, I want to do wrestlers by each year. I want to do the shows, but I'm really fixated on this 2-minute idea. I just think that it's easy to watch, and once you've watched it, you can watch another, can't you? If you want to know what happened in SummerSlam in the 90s, well, you can watch 10 videos. It'll take you 20 minutes, and you'll know all the results and everything that happened in all the SummerSlams in the 90s. I mean, that's pretty good, isn't it? That's pretty good. 20 minutes, and you can find out everything, all the results, all the backstage segments, all the fun little fan signs, all that kind of stuff. You can find all of that out in 20 minutes. If you want to know everything that happened on SmackDown in January, just watch 4 2-minute videos that'll be on the channel, and so you can find out everything in 8 minutes. 8 minutes, you can find out everything that happened on SmackDown in January. So that's very much where my head's at now. And I think that feels more constructive than doing a half-hour stream or an hour-long stream of just talking and largely just saying the exact same stuff I said on the streams anyway. Right, we've got 2 minutes. Love that question, though. Great question, Brenton. Jack said, can you see Chad face Gunter or Ilya? Sure, yeah. I don't see him beating him, but I think he's a perfectly fine opponent for them on Raw. I feel like Chad is sadly in that position where he'll take the L. He'll look good in the match, but he'll take the L. And, you know, he's one of those kind of credible Raw opponents, and he'll give them a decent match. He's not big enough. He doesn't have the star power for a pay-per-view. But, yeah, facing them on a Raw or a SmackDown, I could absolutely see that. So, Jack, shout out to you. Tim said, rewatching streams, it reminds me it's been 3 years since I saw my first Wrestling Day stream on July 11th. It was Usman Masvidal, which was a terrible show. Tim, shout out to you, buds. Right, I wanted to look at this thing from Retribution because I said I'd go back to it, but I've had a little scan down and I can't see it, to be honest. I don't know if it was sent through like a long time ago or what, but I don't have anything on Twitter. Did you send it as a message? Retribution, I don't have visibility on it. I don't see it for whatever reason. Hang on, no, I found it. Remember when you were streaming this match? It was made funny at Dying Laugh, especially in the bot. Yeah, that was great. The Just Stop Oil guy that tied himself to the goalpost. That was great. Yeah, that's the shame about football days. You know, that's another example of like where you have to make a bit of a decision about what's right. You know, what feels right to me at the moment is doing the streams and then putting out as many of these like 2-minute videos as possible, kind of really expanding that world. Still doing toy hunts as well. I got that message loud and clear at Wrestling Shop. So that's kind of where my head's at. But yeah, you know, this is where like hour-long review streams and watch-alongs or retro watch-alongs and football days, like all those things, unfortunately, had to go by the wayside. What's not at the wayside, though, is Monday Night Raw. So let's get ready to rumble. Cody is Brock's worst nightmare, said that sign in the crowd. And it feels like it just... Right, we're in Buffalo, and we're starting with Finn Balor. But it sounds like Finn's music. I don't know if it's all of Judgment Day, but that certainly sounds like Finn's music. Okay, so Finn making his way out. And he's got a snarl on his face. He is wearing a Judgment Day shirt, though. New Judgment Day shirt by the looks of it. Oh, we didn't even talk about that, you know. Did you see the new San Diego Comic-Con figure? It's on the channel. I put it as pictures, images. It's Muhammad Ali. And, like, it's Mattel and it's WWE. You get two figures. One is Muhammad Ali as a boxer. The other is Muhammad Ali as guest referee at WrestleMania 1. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I mean, that's sick, isn't it? Muhammad Ali. Who doesn't need a Muhammad Ali figure? I mean, that is cool. So that's a great San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. Really fun. So if you haven't seen that, the images are on the channel. We are just looking at a recap of last week's show. This might just give me a quick opportunity just to put some image on screen for you, which I will try to do. There we go. There we go. So those are the two figures. That's what the figures look like. I think the figures look good. I think the face scan looks great. But to be honest, like the packaging, look at that. Look, that is sick, innit? That is sick. The man, the legend, boxer versus wrestler. So it looks like the one is based on when he faced Antonio Inoki. And the other one is based on when he was at WrestleMania 1. Because obviously when he faced Antonio Inoki, it was boxer versus wrestler, and it's regarded as one of the very first MMA fights. That's where Inoki went down and just was like kicking out at Ali. But yeah, that's going to be the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. That's going to be available at Mattel. This is not sponsored, by the way, right? I am literally only telling you this in case you want to know this, right? But it's going to be at Mattel Creations on July 21st. So you can actually pre-order it online. Well, I think you can pre-order it. I haven't looked, actually. I don't know if you can pre-order it or if it just goes up. I'm going to look now. Just a video package of last week at the moment. Let's have a look at Mattel Creations. Jurassic Park. Ah, there it is. So they have got the image on screen. It's going to be $70. Doesn't look like you can do anything yet. $70. There is a cost of living crisis, you know, Mattel. Right, here's Finn. The way things went down at Money in the Bank still doesn't sit right with me. So here's Rhea and Dominic. Is not happy. Finn is not happy. Rhea's coming out asking what's going on. Crowd are booing Rhea. Whatever you've got to say, we can talk about it back there. My issue is with Damien. Rhea took the microphone away, knocked it down. She's telling him to be calm. It's done. So she's telling him to be calm. So she's telling Finn to be calm. Finn's saying, I am calm. She's knocked the mic out the way. She doesn't want him saying stuff on the microphone. She's trying desperately to make sure this is not going to be aired in public. Oh, he has a little look at Dominic as well. Finn with a dirty look at Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom just got a dirty look. Boos for Dirty Dom. So, Rhea has now turned her attention to us. Tonight, my Latino heat is going to put down Seth freaking Rollins. So it looks like we're going to get Dom against Seth. Loud boos again for Dominic. Very loud boos. Judgment Day explode is coming, said Elizabeth. Loud again, you know, they are loud again. Here's Seth. Dom's upset. Oof. He's having a proper tantrum, man. Dominic's really upset. Seth's come out with food. What's he got there? Catering looks good. Bit of chicken. That'd be a good Mattel figure. Seth in whatever he's wearing, some sort of black bodysuit. What is it? Boiler suit. I don't even know what it is. Looks like a ninja. Looks like a hungry ninja. It's a ninja at a party. Crowd booing away again. Seth comes out with food. You think you're going to beat me? I'd love it if Seth said, Dom, you should be in catering. I don't know why you're out here. I thought I'd bring catering to you. I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Tonight, I'm going to be the only one of us whipping Dom's ass. Tonight, I'm going to be the only one whipping Dom's ass. I want you to picture that. I want you to really mentally picture that. That is Seth Rollins' gift to you as he's eating his buffalo wings in Buffalo. Ellis Stubbs said, for Rhea, my question is, when are we finally going to do something with her? She's faced Zelina in a squash and is barely feuding with Natalya. Give her a feud with some thought behind it. And that's a great point. That's a great point. Godfather So said, Days coughing that Jack Tunney. Oh, getting bored with pro wrestling right now. Don't know why. Not enough TNA. Not talking about the tag team. No WWE WWF member went to Jack's funeral. RIP Best Prez. Is that true? No one went to Jack Tunney's funeral from WWE WWF. That's a surprise. I thought Vince would be there for that. I thought Vince would have gone to that. He was quite important, Jack Tunney, wasn't he? He was actually an owner of one of the Canadian territories. So he was someone that was actually quite important and then got brought into WWE, and so they gave him that kind of on-screen role. Wrestle with Andy, hello. We need AI to paint that mental picture. Well, do the best you can picturing Dom's bare ass being whipped by Seth Rollins. Here is Drew McIntyre tag team match. So it's going to be Drew and Riddle taking on Imperium. I wonder if Samantha Irvin's going to start bringing in more weird pronunciations. Easy for me to say. We heard her last week go do the Chelsea Green. She brought that in last week. Chelsea Green. Smile on Drew's face. Dave, shout out to you. I would like to know what your thoughts would be on Cody potentially not being the one to beat Roman, but Jay or Jimmy or Solo could be the one, says Edwards. I wouldn't hate it to be one of those. The only thing I would say is that if it was Jimmy or Jay, I don't see them being champ for a long time. Because I think if you have that undisputed championship, if you are the one that beats Roman, you are the face of the company, right? Roman is the face of wrestling. He is the face of the company. He is the biggest star going, right? So whoever replaces him, you would think needs to be the face of the company, needs to be one of the biggest stars going. So if Jay's the one to do it, he's only doing it because of the storyline. He is not the face of this company. He's nowhere near close to being the face of this company. Usos are maybe the biggest tag team in this company, but actual out in the front face on the video game, like all that on the main thing you see on the posters, like that is Roman. Like for Jay to become that person, I just don't see that for him, and I don't see that for Jimmy. It feels a bit too soon for Solo as well, to be honest. I think Solo could feud with Roman once he's lost the belt. But yeah, if they do go with Jay or Jimmy, then fine. I wouldn't hate it, but it's just I think they've done it for storyline reasons, and I would expect them to lose the titles to Gunter or someone else relatively quickly. Jay or Cody days or Dream Rock with Usos and the Samoan family divided, but that is probably just dreaming, says Charlotte. Suzanne said, Days, I like to see Beth Phoenix get her revenge on Rhea. She never got that opportunity. I would love to see her make Rhea lose the title. Interesting. James said, Damian Priest is older than LA Knight, so can be a world champion. So can't be a world champion. Well, I think that's an interesting point that you raised. I mean, they didn't seem to see anything in LA Knight, or at least that's the story that's being told. I've said before, I think if you come from NXT to the main roster, it's such a big jump. It's bigger than fans give it credit for. Fans just think that, you know, they just turn up and everything's great. But it's different league. You know, it's like going from, you know, little league to the MLB or whatever. I think that it's such a big step up that you could understand them wanting to give them a mentor, just like how Zoe is with Trish, just like how Tommaso was put with The Miz. You know, you do see people going in that direction, having mentors, being eased into things. And I think that for LA Knight to be brought up as Max Dupree, like the fans were appalled. But for me, I'm of the belief he was never going to stay as Max Dupree. Not forever. Like we would have made moves with him eventually. It's just this is how we brought him up so that he can get settled, do some promo time and all that kind of stuff. He claims it's because of his age and they, you know, didn't want to invest in the LA Knight character and all that kind of stuff. I honestly, I just don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. It might be true. It might not be true. But I think once you're in your 40s, you do become harder to invest in because obviously your shelf life is limited at that stage. So, yeah, I think LA Knight is someone that I would question as to whether we were going to go all in with him. And who knows, maybe you can make the same argument with Damian Priest if he's getting on a little bit older, you know. He's got money in the bank. We could certainly make some moves and put a world title on him, but is he going to be like a multiple-time world champion, main event in WrestleMania? They probably don't have those plans for him. We have got Damian now. Damian said he'll speak to Finn again. Right, here's Imperium. Zoe Killer said there's been a lot of older ones that are champion. They are more mature and better with PR. The younger ones are more into fun and games until they learn, unless they are natural people person, says Zoe Killer. Vic Kaiser. Birthdays I couldn't ask for better people to share a birthday with, as I share mine with Damian Priest and Asuka. What about you? Don't know. I've never looked. Sonny said my other tablet is stuck in hospital. Hello, Sonny. Hope you are well. Chris said, do you think LA Knight will come out during Logan and Ricochet? Don't know, to be honest, because the problem with that is that you want Ricochet to really be the one to benefit. You don't really want it to be LA Knight. Like, you want Logan to be the heel, Ricochet to be the face. This is a way of getting Ricochet seen by loads of people and the impressive stuff that he can do. I don't know that you want to put LA Knight in there as well. Because are you just taking away from Ricochet then? Tricky, innit? I suppose what you could do is put LA Knight in there and try and get both of them over. Like, well, LA Knight's over anyway, but I'm talking about with the casuals. People might get into LA Knight because of his talking, and they could get into Ricochet because of what happens in the ring. So maybe. You've always got to be careful, though, with that kind of stuff, because if this is Ricochet's opportunity, then you don't want to really distract from that too much. And LA Knight would be a massive distraction. Right, let's go down. Just having electrical problems with the tablets. My other one is my Amazon one, said Sonny. WWE should bring back Tori Wilson, Stacy Keibler, Eve Torres, Kelly, Melina Perez on full-time contracts for ratings, says Michael. Febin said, do you think Triple H has toned down and made Bobby less relevant on the card? Well, Bobby's just not around at the moment. I don't know where Bobby is. So, I mean, he does feel less relevant because he's not about. Obviously, it's. I don't think that's a Triple H decision. I think Triple H actually gave him a pretty big WrestleMania feud against Bray. To face Bray at WrestleMania is a pretty big deal. But it didn't play out, did it? Because obviously Bray got injured and they weren't able to come up with an alternative. So they ended up giving him the Andre Battle Royal trophy. But yeah, I mean, that, you know, didn't really please the fans, did it? He got to walk out at WrestleMania and like hold it up. And that was it. And then we haven't seen him like since then. I don't know that we've seen him since WrestleMania. So I don't know what's been going on there. I mean, I don't think he's injured unless he's got injured whilst training, whilst working out or something. Because last time we saw him, which I think was WrestleMania, he was fine. So yeah, I don't know what's happening with Bobby. I think maybe creative just haven't had anything for him. But to be honest, I mean, Bobby is someone that doesn't have loads of charisma. He's got a great look, but he doesn't have loads of charisma. I think he was maybe at his best when he was in the Hurt Business, and a lot of people have wanted to see the Hurt Business come back because, like, we're not doing anything with Shelton, we're not doing anything with Cedric. You've got Bobby, who's a monster. MVP can do a bit of talking. Hurt Business were pretty fun. So, yeah, I think it's a real shame that we haven't done more with Bobby in that respect. It's all well and good putting him into feuds. But, like, as we said, you know, his charisma can let him down sometimes. So I would, I'd like to see him come back. I'd like to see him put in a feud, and I'd like to see us work towards either a Hurt Business reunion or something that can just give him a bit of extra charisma that's lacking there. Because look-wise, he's got it in him. He looks like an absolute beast. Draping DDT by Riddle. Drew McIntyre getting into the ring. Imperium are double teaming on Riddle at the moment. Riddle goes crashing to the outside. Gunther, big smile on his face as he's happy about what he's seeing so far. Right, let's go down. Let's try and get through some of these. Tim said, you want to bring the girls back to wrestling, then you have Barry Horowitz come out, wait an hour, and then bring back Lars Sullivan. Ratings through the roof. Trina said, the fans do seem to like Bobby when he's a face. He was getting good reactions. It's just his mic work is a bit patchy, but he can work well with near enough anyone. James said, Bobby who? We need the glorious one, Bobby Roode, to come back. I miss his music, said Justin. Does Logan beat Ricochet, says Maca Rice. I think he's got a chance against Ricochet. I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because, like, Ricochet isn't someone that's been competing for world titles. If you want Ricochet to move to that level or be seen as being credible, he's got to get past Logan Paul. Logan Paul is someone that's very athletic, has got a good look. I think the fans give him respect. They certainly don't show the respect, but I spoke to plenty of people at Wrestling Shop that were like, I don't want Logan to win, but got to respect how good he is in the ring. So I think there is respect for Logan there, but yeah, you know, Ricochet needs to win that match if he is going to make any kind of moves. I think that there's a chance that Logan wins, though, because Logan has been taking quite a few L's. He lost to Roman, lost to Seth. I mean, there's no shame in that. We're talking about the two champions right now. Ricochet's not that level. He's not that level, is he? He's not that level. So I kind of think, well, yeah, this could be a way of giving Logan a win. This could be a way of giving him a win. It really depends what story you want to tell. You know, do you want to tell the story of building up Logan and trying to make him credible and getting him to, like, compete for a mid-card title at some point? Or are you going to build up Ricochet and make him credible? So it just comes down to what story you want to tell. I obviously would give the win to Ricochet, but that doesn't mean that that's what WWE will do. Plenty of wrestlers won world titles in their 40s, says Inside Out and Again. Yeah, WWE don't want to do that, though, do they? I mean, it's not about, like, have they? It's, you know, what's WWE's preference? Their preference is going to be building up the younger stars that they can invest in, because the champion is an investment. You are investing in that champion. And, you know, you are only going to get a few years back if someone's in their 40s. If someone's in their 40s, they've probably got to, 45? You might be able to get past that point. But really, you know, once you get into your mid to late 40s, I mean, injuries are going to start hitting. It's going to be very hard for you to, because you would imagine by that point that wrestler has been competing for like 20 odd years. It's very unusual for someone to come into wrestling in their 30s and compete in their 40s. Like, normally, if you're in your 40s, you've already been wrestling 20 years. You've took a lot of bumps. You've took a lot of damage. That's going to catch up with you once you're in your 40s. So, it comes down to preference. Like, can you put the title on LA Knight? Yeah, of course. There's nothing physically stopping you. Can you put the title on Damian Priest? Yeah, of course. There's nothing physically stopping you. But is it a good idea to do that? I mean, you can argue it is with LA Knight because of how popular he is, but what you know, you're going to get what, 5 years out of him? You know, that might be fine. But if you've got someone that's say 43, 44, like, would you do it then? Maybe if they were getting the reactions they're getting now, you know, you could do it just for a nice moment. But I think once you're in your 40s, it's very hard to become the face of a company, because in order for you to be the face of a company, the company's got to invest in you. Like, you have got to be constantly in main events. You've got to constantly be around the title. If you're not champ, then you're constantly in big matches. It's a lot of investment for someone whose body potentially is starting to break down from this kind of elite level, you know? So it can be done, but the question is, should it be done once you're getting closer to that kind of 45 age, you know, when you've got so much good talent that's in its 20s that you can have 20 years worth of investment out of, you know? Nice suplex by Giovanni Vinci. I think we looked the other day, and, you know, just to use LA Knight as the example again, LA Knight, I think, is 40. So there's no problem with putting the world title on LA Knight. As we said, you probably get a comfortable 5 years out of him, and you may get longer. You may get longer. But I would say a comfortable 5 years is still a really good chunk of time, you know? It's not like he's in his final year or anything like that, you know? It's not like we're in the home stretch. So, yeah, I can't see a reason as to why you wouldn't put the belt on LA Knight. But I think it's going to be hard to make him the face of the company and have him consistently involved with, like, WrestleMania main events and all that kind of stuff. Because, to be honest, I think there'll be someone else that they want to build up and put in that position instead that's younger. Neckbreaker by Drew. Kip up by Drew as well. Why can't a 40 to mid-40 star be given a mega push as a face for 3 to 4 years to put over the next face of the company, says Fabian? Because it takes a long time for them to become the face. You know, you can't just quickly become the face of the company. You have to be involved in a lot of big feuds, which takes time. You've got to be involved in, like, multiple WrestleManias. Becoming the face of a company is a long process. It's not a quick thing. So if you've only got someone that's got 3-4 years, I'd argue by the time you're getting somewhere with them, I'd argue that it's, you know, by the time you get where you probably want to get with them, it's time for them to go. Nice double submission hold and a victory for Drew and Matt Riddle. So, double ankle locks. And that is our opening match. Gunther getting involved. Big Claymore in there as well. So a win for Drew and Riddle. Oh. Gunther having a word with Giovanni Vinci. Is not happy with Giovanni Vinci. Ooh, Kaiser's walked away as well. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Now we've got Finn and Damien backstage. Rhea telling Finn and Damien to stop acting like children. Damian Priest said this isn't his fault. Finn said he wants to get Seth first. Okay, so Damien teases that he's going to cash in. He says, I know that you can beat Seth, but either way, it's coming. I know you can beat Seth. I know you can be champion. Either way, it's coming. Right, we are at commercial break. I'm going to go to AEW at Wembley, said Chris, and I've seen it's going to be a sellout. It's at 74,888. They have increased the capacity to 87,825. Lena said days when Bray got released, was hoping that Bray would go to AEW and see him there to form a new Wyatt family. Could we see Bray in AEW? Will the fans be happier? I don't know that the fans would be happier. I think you know, with everything in wrestling, you've got different opinions on everything. I mean, I don't know if wrestling fans can come together and really agree on anything in wrestling. And so Bray Wyatt in particular is very divisive. And there's very extreme opinions. Some people thinking he's just a waste of space. Some people thinking he's the greatest thing that wrestling has ever seen. And I'm not even exaggerating on either of those points. And then everything in between. So what I would say is, if he was to go to AEW, I think that, to be honest, we don't see loads of like supernatural stuff even in AEW. There's been the odd little bit that they've tried. I would argue it hasn't worked. And my evidence, my proof would be that we've tried it and never gone back to it. You know, do you remember when like Matt Hardy was disappearing and reappearing all around the arena during the... Do you remember how he did that? They had him like teleporting around the arena. I mean, we've never gone back to that. It's crazy. Don't you? I mean, it's just, this is where... I don't want to open up this can of worms, but this is where the supernatural stuff just doesn't work, because Matt looks like a guy who's in the twilight of his career and he's struggling a bit in ring and not reaching the same standard that he was in the past. But yet a few years ago, he seemed to have the ability to transport around an arena. Like, it's just crazy. He's never shown that skill since. I mean, was that just like a crazy Wednesday in 2020? You know, I don't know. So the companies don't stick with the supernatural stuff. They don't commit to the supernatural stuff. They don't build on the supernatural stuff. I've said before, I think if companies were supernatural and they did supernatural and there was multiple supernatural characters and it was part of that company's DNA, I think it could work then. I think then it could work, and it could be something that's interesting. If we knew exactly what their powers were, and you had a guy that could throw ice compared to a guy that's got the ability to control your mind, then you'd be like, oh, what's going to happen when they face each other, right? But you've really got to commit to it. Just trying it and it looking a bit cringe, and then moving on and never talking about it again. It just doesn't work in that environment. No, it just doesn't work. So I don't know quite what you would want from Bray. What I would say is I think we've started with supernatural stuff so many times, because unless the company is set up to really support that, I just think it's always doomed to fail. I think that if he was to bring back the Wyatt family and rehash that, I think you could do that. And who knows if we weren't kind of going down that road anyway, because we had Uncle Howdy around, we had Alexa Bliss around, we were sort of putting something together. Felt like we were getting, maybe not to a Wyatt family, but some sort of new incarnation of some sort of group. Felt like it was on the way. And then, of course, what happened. We still don't know what that is. And, we are where we are. So I think a lot of fans were not happy with the Uncle Howdy story. I don't think it grabbed attention like The Fiend. I think there was a lot of confusion. I think the Pitch Black match wasn't really very well received. Then, obviously, he's been hit with this illness. I mean, it's just really, this year in particular has just not been great for him at all. I mean, the fact that we're in July and there's been one match and it was badly received, and then he was meant to be at WrestleMania, and then this illness struck. He just needs to get back. I don't think he necessarily needs to go to AEW. I honestly don't know if he would be booked better there, because I don't even think this is booking, because I think he has been given some free reign to do what he wants to do. But I just think what he wants to do has sadly come out to not be that compelling, right? I think it's hard, isn't it? It's hard to maintain that kind of standard, to come up with a brand new story that's going to be just as great and detailed and interesting as The Fiend and the Funhouse. I've said before, brave man to try and do that. Brave man to try and come up with something that was going to be as engaging. I think it fell short, but we might have been heading somewhere interesting anyway before the illness hit. So I don't think he goes to AEW. I don't know that he's booked better in AEW. I think we just need to get him back. He needs to be healthy, because, he's got a knee injury, and I think that was keeping him out of action at the end of last year. We get the Pitch Black match. There's not loads to the Pitch Black match. Maybe that injury was still a bit of a problem, and the WrestleMania match would have been interesting to have seen how that would have gone down, to see, if that was a proper match, not just a Pitch Black match, but like a proper one-on-one battle with Bobby. How would he have fared in that? I just think we've got a bit of injury. We've got a bit of maybe slightly off creative. Now we've got this illness. I don't think that's, I can't point the finger at Triple H and say you dropped the ball, because I think there's so much more at play than that. There's so much more going on than that. Good point, though. Coach Co, shout out to you. Coach Co said, life is 10% what you make it and 90% how you take it. And only the dead have seen the end of war. Only the dead have seen the end of war. That's deep, isn't it? Coach Co, hitting us with some a bit deep there. Only the dead have seen the end of war. Powerful. Jack said, Days, I think that Dom versus Seth, that was Dom's first match by himself at SummerSlam. He wins, but Damian cashes in. Imagine that. I can't imagine Dom beating Seth at this stage. I don't see Dom being on the same level as Seth. Unless there's going to be cheating with Rhea and all that kind of stuff. But Damian cashing in on Dom would be interesting. But I think the foreshadowing that's going on at the moment is between Finn and Damian. So it feels like they want you to focus on those two. Could it be a swerve where they bring in Dominic? I mean, he's certainly getting a lot of heat at the moment, but I would be surprised if they were to put the belt on Dominic at this stage. But as you said, I mean, you make a good point, because it's not like you have to keep it on Dominic. It's not like you have to keep it on him, because literally you could have him win and the crowd go like booing him out the building, him gloating, and then here comes Damian with Rhea pleading for him to not cash in, and then he cashes in. Like, you make an excellent point. It could be really fun. I don't think it goes that way, but it could be really fun. Right, here is Jackie Redmond. She is talking to Kevin and Sammy. What's next? Sammy said he doesn't really know. We're riding a good streak. We just got a win in London. Whoever wants to step to us. Street Profits. Viking Raiders. Hit Row. Alpha Academy. Here's Rhea. Dominic. Rhea and Dominic. You just showed up. That's not how it works. You didn't mention the Judgment Day, says Rhea. We're going to take all the titles, says Rhea. Crowd are chanting something, but I can't hear what they're chanting. Dom was working on cardio in prison, apparently. Dom was working on cardio in prison. He probably ran around the yard. Right. Cheeky line. Dom working hard in prison. Sammy sort of took that away, which I don't know if it was meant to be taken that way, but he took it that way. Rhea is the star of tonight's Raw. It's Rhea Day. I can't take Rhea seriously when she calls him Dom Dom, said Stuttering Steves. But they're everywhere. I think they're a little bit too over this show. I mean, they've been in the opening segment. We've seen them backstage a couple of times in a Judgment Day segment. Now in a confrontation with Sammy and Kevin. Now they're coming back out again for this. Like, it's a bit too much for me. It's fine to do this much, but just space it out across the 3 hours. It's been 45 minutes. 2 in-ring segments and 2 backstage segments in 45 minutes. Dum Dum is a dum-dum, said that sign. Dum Dum is a dum-dum. Right. Ex-Con Dom has been a star since he was a kid. Y'all remember Rey, Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, and Dom's storyline, said Flyboy. 4 segments in 45 minutes. Pretty crazy, isn't it? Aubrey Edwards said Slaughter needs to let it go. It's just a hold. He's not going to look good doing this to Lacey. They are getting more play than the Bloodline did on a Friday. Ron said, this is just going to set up a tag match or something later. Austin, hello. Shout out to you. Edward said, what happened to the New Day? Injuries, I believe. I don't know if all three are injured. I know Kofi got an injury. Obviously, Big E was injured. I think even Xavier might have picked up a little injury as well. So, injuries. Michael said, I think someone in WWE is hitting Mia Yim, if you know what I mean. I would be worried if I was Keith Lee. I actually don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Who's hitting Mia Yim? Who's hitting Michin? What's that? Oh, we answered that. Dom's match. He's a good wrestler, said Intoxicated Beats. Maggie said, I have to refresh days. Lagging. You're getting some lag. I haven't got any issues. There's no drop frames or anything. I haven't, the green thing hasn't turned red all night. So, I don't know, to be honest, but. Right, we are at commercial break. Kaz says, bad lag my end. I wonder if that's something to do with YouTube. I haven't got any, I've got no issue. I've got no problem this end. So I can't help. There's nothing I can do. Everything here is looking good and dandy and fine. I've got a green light in the corner. I've got no drop frames. I can only imagine sometimes, very rare occasions, YouTube can suffer a little bit of a glitch. So, don't know. Keaton, shout out to you, bud, said, who is the one person that you would push in WWE? Who would you push and how would you push them? I like Rick Boogs. I would want to put him in some fun segments. I think I'd give him a catchphrase as well. I've learned that from LA Knight. Give him a catchphrase. I don't think Boogs in out is going to do it, but give him a catchphrase that the crowd can join in with. Give him a theme tune that the crowd can sing. Put him in some fun backstage segments. Thing with Rick Boogs is he's got charisma. He's got a good personality. He was pretty fun down in NXT on the rare occasions that we saw him. It was pretty fun. I think he has got great potential. He's got great size. I mean, his size and his strength. Oh, got a nice video package here. It's a bit Sin City, this, isn't it? Indus. So we've got Jinder Mahal and Indus in the rain. It's a good promo, this. Good video package. I like it. It's very comic booky. Indus. It's fun. They should be the ones to beat Kevin and Sammy. You need to legitimize them, and I think having them beat the champs would be good. Here's Seth making his way down. I got a Rick Boogs plaque in my workout room. He's inspirational, says Jeremy. Indus coming soon. Write the theme tune, sing the theme tune, said Miss Clown. Days, I know who should be the one to dethrone Roman. 10-year-old Nicholas. Wow, he wouldn't be 10 now. Wouldn't he be 15? I think, wasn't that WrestleMania 35? At a guess. So I think it's about 5 years ago, maybe longer. Leon said, did you hear that Jade Cargill is in talks with WWE? Mandy Rose and Mercedes Moné coming back to WWE. I haven't heard that, to be honest. I think if they get Jade, that would be good. I'd shove her down in NXT. And Mercedes, I think Bailey said she was hopeful of Mercedes coming back at some point, but I don't know if that was just like hope. But I know that she was saying that she did think we would see her back one day. She's a big star. She's definitely someone that could come back, so yeah, I won't be down on that. Mandy Rose, I'm not sure. I don't know. Don't know. Okay, Damien is beating up on Seth at the moment. Damian Priest is battering Seth. Big shot. Here's Kevin Owens and Sammy. There come racing down. So Judgment Day has won attacking. So Damian and Finn. So Seth versus Dom descends into chaos. KO and Sammy have made the save, probably setting up a 6-person tag match. So that means we get to see Rhea and Dom again. And Seth for the 3rd time. Is there like a superstar shortage? What's going on? This feels like one of those shows when like talent is like trapped abroad or something, and we have to pad it out with just the same stars. It's got that sort of vibe to it. Well, that was that. I'm glad I didn't even change the thing at the bottom. Right, they're talking about Logan and Ricochet. Mitchell said, can I give one honest opinion? I don't like dissension in every major faction. Bloodline, Judgment Day, Imperium. I would like one dominant faction. I think the thing is that with... oh, look at that. We're seeing dissension with Imperium. Giovanni Vinci being spoken to by Gunther behind Logan. So, Judgment Day. Imperium. Talking behind Logan. NXT Judgment Day are on NXT tomorrow, so obviously we do that on a Tuesday. If you are around and you're going to be watching NXT, we will be live for NXT. Judgment Day are going to be on that show. They actually put out quite a lot of stuff that's going to be happening on NXT. Looks like it's going to be a pretty fun, pretty stacked show. Mitchell, shout out to you. Not a fan of constant dissension within the factions. Bruce said, Days, Dom wins the heavyweight title, nuclear heat. Damien comes down, doesn't celebrate, cashes in, nuclear face turn, says Bruce. Yeah, it was touched on a bit earlier about the idea of Damien cashing in on Dom. It's not the way I think they're going. I wouldn't be against it. It's not the way I think they're going, though. But, I mean, you can see why it would add up. The only thing I would say is you can't have Dom beat Seth clean. So, I mean, Rhea's going to have to get involved. Would Finn get involved? I don't know. I don't think Finn would help Dominic become champion. I think Finn wants to be champion himself. So, I don't know that he would necessarily help Dominic become champion. Rhea could, though. But I don't know. It's quite interesting what's happening with Judgment Day at the moment. Trini said, I think, in all honesty, it's a fact of life. Groups of people don't stay very close for very long without dissension and issue. Just said it's bad day today. I'm sorry to hear that, Justin. Shout out to you, dudes. Yeah, I can understand that being difficult, Justin. Shout out to you, man. Bembo said, do you think Imperium will break up, or do you think they will kick out Vinci and bring in someone else? Well, there's been a lot of reports of Ilya joining Imperium. It's actually something I don't like. I'm not a fan of it. Ilya is a face. He's not a heel. Ilya is very much someone that operates to his own tune. He's never been someone that I've pictured being part of a faction. There's some people that you just don't necessarily see being in a faction. I just don't see Ilya being in a faction. I mean, they could do it and it might be amazing, but my gut feeling is that's, if you want to introduce Ilya to the main roster, I think there's ways of doing it, and that's not the way I would choose. So if we are going to lose Giovanni, which I hope we don't, because to be honest, I think Giovanni might struggle on his own. I think Giovanni would work really well in Maximum Male Models, to be honest. He's ripped. He looks really good, but I don't think Maximum Male Models is something we're looking to really expand and build on. But I think he might struggle outside of Imperium, so I wouldn't take him out of Imperium. But if they are, then there's been reports of Ilya joining. Right, we are back from commercial break, and there is news about what the main event's going to be tonight. It's going to be a tag match, 6-person tag match. So there we go, 6-man tag match tonight as the main event. Seth, KO, and Sammy versus Judgment Day. Right, here's Ricochet. So this is going to be that segment with Logan. We know that Logan is there. It's going to be interesting to see how the crowd reacts. Coach Co said, in the end, it's not the years in your life that counts. It's the life in your years. I'm liking this inspirational, deep thinking, Koji Co. I think we're in a good place with this. I like that. It's funny you should say that. I think I've said this before, but I heard someone on TikTok say that they asked someone, would you like $1 million for nothing? And they were like, of course. I was like, okay. Would you like 10 million? And they were like, yeah. I was like, okay. He went, what if I offered you 10 million or even 20 million and you can have it for nothing, but you can't wake up tomorrow? And they were like, no, why would I do that? He's like, okay, so you're saying that 20 million is like worth more than the rest of your life? And they're like, yeah, of course it is. And then he went into like a conversation of like, well, how much is a day worth then? And he went into this conversation and I was like, yeah, if you think about it that way, like how much a day is worth to you. Are you getting that much of value out of each day? It's just a different way to think about like the days. I was like, kind of like that. I would have gone into a bit more detail with that, but Ricochet's in the ring now. So we need to get to this segment, but so Ricochet just talking to the fans, saying he gives his all so that the fans can go home and say they saw Ricochet and Ricochet was the highlight. Jack said, I want one good faction, like a new NWO with Seth as the leader, but the belt along with stars like Drew, Braun, which Drew might betray Seth, says Jack. Okay, so Ricochet says Logan has accomplished a lot. You decided to jump me after Money in the Bank because little Logan didn't get his way. It's rare to get Ricochet promo time, isn't it? You went on your platform talking about me being unprofessional when you even admitted you don't know what you're doing in the first place. If you've got something to say, then come out and say it face to face. Here's Logan. Here is Logan. In a white vest top, someone in the crowd holding up a Prime sign. Few Prime signs. I love Prime. He says he doesn't want to be in this rubbish city any longer than he needs to be. I mean, what I will say is some of the low gang are, if that's what they're called, are coming out. I mean, there are, unless WWE have handed them those signs, but I don't think they have. I think those are genuine Logan fans. You blew the match for both of us. You're a reckless amateur. Ricochet says he's a man of the people. Reckless amateur. None of these people wanted you anywhere near that briefcase. He has a picture with the kids. Ricochet trying to get a bit fired up here. Logan sucks chance. You're in the middle of your promo and the chant is still about me, says Logan. Logan is a caffeine dealer, said Oration Minds. James, shout out to you. Don't ever run your mouth about Ricochet again. Or what? He calls him a dude that's 90% forehead. This guy wants a match with me so he can go viral. Logan Paul is a WWE superstar, and he looks down the camera and he nods. This dude is about replays and clips. He's talking that about Ricochet. when Logan's built his whole career on that. Ricochet jumps over the top rope. That was cool for a TikTok. But I'm not a TikToker. Logan said he's not about making moments. He is the moment. Logan, not about making moments. It's very ironic, isn't it? I mean, Logan has just really accused Ricochet of being what Logan is. Okay, really, if you was working every show, including the house shows, Maggie said Ricochet has always been dross at promos, no change there. Stone said he's not a TikToker, he's a guy who sells garbage to kids. Almost 1K here for the legends. Love to see it. Tim, shout out to you. Ricochet's not a great promo. Logan, they've clearly got some creative planned for him where they want him to look at the camera and say, I am a WWE superstar, to get that heat, to upset people, you know? And it worked. You know, it got some boos from the crowds. I think the fact that he's saying that he's not about moments and he's not about trending and stuff like that, it just, I don't understand, because he is. It just makes me go, you are? That is what you're about? So why are you saying that's not what you're about? I mean, I can only guess it's to kind of heal it up a little bit more, but it doesn't make me angry, him saying that. It just makes me confused. Just leaves me confused. That promo from Logan just left me confused, because he's saying that he's not what he is, but it doesn't make me angry. I'm not angry about it. Don't know. That's a feud that I'm personally always going to struggle to like really get engaged with. That is a feud that is not for me, but it is certainly for people, and there was plenty of prime signs in the crowd. Plenty of prime signs. Here's Big Time. Already an hour and 10 minutes into this show. And the man, Becky Lynch, making her way down. We've got Maxine Dupree's Alpha Academy graduation ceremony tonight as well. So Big Time has made her way down to the ring. I don't know who she's facing. Isn't she facing Zoe Stark this week? But I haven't seen that previewed. But I know that she wanted... Oh, there we go. Zoe Stark next. Oh, well, that's funny, because that wasn't part of the official preview. And I'd heard that there was a slight injury for Becky and that she wasn't going to make this show. So this is one that I wasn't expecting to see, even though we've done some groundwork on it. But here we go. When we come back from the commercial break, Becky against Zoe Stark. Logan needs to go away forever, says Lance. The match was cancelled because Becky's injured, is what I read. Have you passed the matches, or did I just get to the live stream late, says Power. No, the show's on. We're watching it. It's commercial break right now. Zoom Station said, can you imagine Seth and Becky pulling up at a drive-through with those outfits? Yeah, it'd be wild. Mitchell said Raw would benefit from having a long banger match. Inside Out and again said the heat and booze that Dominic gets is different to what Logan gets. Days, have you seen Bray isn't cleared to wrestle? I have, bud, yeah. Kian said, Days, hope you are well, having a good stream. I'm 20 next Tuesday. I will be away drinking, so I won't be here. Kian, have a great time, dudes. Many congrats for next week. But first hour was okay. Nothing that special, said Scott. Tag match, mostly promos with the Judgment Day, but should now only get better. Prince Muller said it's been a good show so far. Triple H must be running the show tonight. Toxic Falcon said you need to do a meet and greet in is that Atlanta? Atlanta. I mean, I do have plans to go to America next year. I'm looking to go to Florida. I can't say there's any plans to do meet and greets or anything. But in all fairness, I mean, it's not until next April, so who knows? But yeah, I want to go and do toy hunts. I have been to, last time I went to, I've been to America loads of times, but last time I went was in 2018. Did a load of filming, did a load of toy hunts, had a great time. And definitely looking to go back and add to those. So yeah, America, I am on my way. Right, we are at commercial break, and Coach Co said no one grows old merely by living a number of years. We grow old by deserting our ideals. Years may wrinkle the skin, but to give up enthusiasm wrinkles the soul. Ooh. Deep. WWE Maniac said, what's your dream match? Dream match. Dream match. Do you know, I don't know that I have one. I don't know that I have one. I think the legends that have gone now have all got a little older. I mean, I suppose in a way CM Punk against Roman Reigns would be awesome. And I would love to see like FTR against Usos, but you know, no, those aren't possible. In regards to like wrestlers that are on the roster right now without bringing back legends, all that kind of stuff. And honestly, I don't even know what legends you could bring back. I always wanted Undertaker Sting. That's my life's dream match. Undertaker against Sting. But as we said, you know, Undertaker's retired. Sting's over in AEW. But actually on this roster right now, I don't know, man. It's difficult. I love Gunther. So it'd probably be him against someone. But him against Roman doesn't really do it because they're both heels. So that doesn't really do it. Unless, I don't know, unless we make Gunther a face. Like, you know, Roman's beating up Imperium for some reason. And Gunther comes down. And you get a moment where it's Roman and Gunther face to face. And it sets up a match. And Gunther's kind of getting a bit of crowd support, you know. That's probably the closest to a dream match I can think of. There's plenty of great talent. Plenty of people that I enjoy watching. And there's plenty of matches you could do that I'd be interested in. But dream match is something special, isn't it? I mean, to me, dream match is something that you dream of. I don't think there's any matches with this current roster that I dream of seeing. Don't think there's any matches on this current roster that I'm just frothing at the mouth, desperate to see. I think Io against Asuka would be fantastic. I think that'd be great. I'd like to see that. I can't say it's a dream match, though. Dream match to me is Undertaker, Sting. That's a dream match. A match that, you know, you desperately have always wanted. I don't think there's anything quite on the roster that's like that. I'd have to go with Gunther and Roman. But even that right now is not quite right because they're both heels. And as I said, in the women's division, maybe Io and Asuka. Mitchell said Brock against Gunther, AJ against Kenny Omega. Intoxicated Beat said Io and Asuka is going to be really fun. I like that a lot. Best female wrestler, Divas era. Mine is Nikki Bella, said Carson's Your favorite was Nikki Bella in the Divas Era. I got to give her her flowers, actually, you know. I mean, what I would say is that she could do a bit in the ring. She was actually a bit underrated in the ring. And she absolutely threw herself into the Total Divas, Total Bellas stuff as well. So I think if you want to talk about all-round package in regards to not just in-ring, but like that era, the Divas era, which that era was about being a diva and being on Total Divas and the reality side of it and all that. I think you're right. I think Nikki Bella's got to be the one. I would say, though, that same era had AJ Lee. So I think if we want to talk about who my personal favorite was, it would be AJ Lee. But if we're going to talk about who symbolized that era better than anyone else, I would agree. Nikki Bella / the Bellas. Both of the Bellas. But Nikki, definitely a bit underrated. Doesn't really get the appreciation I think that she probably deserves for the amount of work. I mean, she put a lot of work in. Lot of work. That was her life, really. She was doing stuff in ring, and then, of course, she was being filmed at home as well. Jimmy Uso actually spoke about how difficult that was to get back home after, you know, being on the road and then having a camera follow you around still. Because that was legit their days off. That was their time. Obviously, I would imagine they got paid a bit more to do it, but I'm sure they got paid a bit more to do it. But even so, you know, that means that you're at work, you go home, you're doing Total Divas being filmed, and then you've got to get back to work. So, yeah, fair play to Nikki Bella. I mean, with everything she was doing, she probably was not getting too much, like, downtime in that period. Zoe Stark and Becky is where we are right now. We're 20 minutes into the second hour. Becky on the outside as we're going to go to another commercial break. Let's go. Monday night commercials. Loving it. Imagine Ricky Steamboat against Seth Rollins. That would be a banger. That would be a banger. That would be great. That's a dream match. Will you be doing Anthony Joshua, Dylan White on August 12th? Don't know. I haven't got that far. I haven't even got as far as this weekend. I think it's UFC we're doing, but I haven't got that far yet. I heard R-Truth is coming back, says Anna. Hope so. Miss R-Truth is obviously brings something a bit different to the roster, that kind of comedy element, which I think he does really well. It's very hard to do comedy well, but he nails it. Billy Kay and R-Truth would be hilarious in segments together, said James. Abdul said, for me, the best female wrestler is Ronda Rousey. Give me Gunter Okada, said LS Dub. I think Truth is coming back with Odyssey Jones, says T85 backup. We haven't seen Odyssey Jones, have we? Yeah, I mean, that would be good. They'd be really fun together. Odyssey Jones, I mean, you are talking about someone that could really get somewhere. He is big. He is fun. I mean, I've never seen a great Odyssey Jones match. That's the only thing I would say. I've never seen like an outstanding Odyssey Jones match. And actually, he had an injury in NXT, which kept him out for ages, which was a real shame. But yeah, what a great competitor he is. Great competitor. Great look. Fun. Good size. They could be good together for a little while. The Ronda Rousey Nikki Bella Evolution match is my favorite match ever, says Carson. Imagine Finn wins the world title, said Jeremy. Yokozuna versus Omos. Dream match, said Ethan. Travis said, another one of my dream matches is Hulk Hogan against Bruno Sammartino. Yeah, I don't think we ever got that. I don't think we ever got that. I'm going to have a look, actually. Because Hogan was a heel in the late 70s. And Bruno was still around but I've never seen a match. According to this, they tagged together in 1987. So in 1987, they didn't face each other, but they did tag together. There's an image of it there on a different YouTube channel of Hogan and Bruno. It's got light right in front of it, so it doesn't really show very well. But apparently they were in a tag match in 1987. Who did they face, according to this? According to this, Bruno's farewell. Hulk Hogan and Bruno Sammartino defeated King Kong Bundy and One Man Gang in Baltimore on August 29th, 1987. Think about that. Think about that as a tag team. Two of the absolute greatest superstars that WWE has ever had. They never had a match. Bruno was on his way out of the company when Hogan began his first run. At the time, Hogan was focused on Andre. Bruno was focused on Larry Zbyszko. They never had a match when Bruno returned in '84 because it would have been disastrous for Hogan and Vince. I'm guessing it's because of how over Bruno was. Well, there we go. According to a very quick Google search, they never faced each other. I didn't think they had, because I'm sure at some point it would have popped up. It was certainly on never any big show. If they had faced each other, it would have been a house show. In I would have said the late 70s when Bruno was around and Hogan was a heel. Because they wouldn't have faced each other in the 80s because they were both faces. So it would have been late 70s, but apparently it never happened. And they did tag together in the 80s when they were both faces. Right, we are back to the action. Zoe is going over the top. She lands on Becky. Did wonder if this might be a bit of a screwy match where we just get a bit of a short kind of, Becky's injured, blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, it's all pretty much legit, to be honest. Mitchell said, did you get a chance to see FTR versus BCG or Punk versus Joe and Collision? It was really good. FTR and BCG are having a 2 out of 3 falls on Saturday. I didn't, but no, Collision's just it's not on my radar. To be honest, I'm not even looking to kind of catch up with it. It's just not on my radar. I found out my wife, Kerry, was pregnant on the night of Royal Rumble, said Stephen. I was halfway through the men's Rumble and she told me she timed it right but missed the end and it was worth it. Stephen, shout out to you, man. That's really cool. She could have waited till after the event, of course, but, Super kick by Zoe. Kick out. Shoulder up by Big Time. Tell you what, not a bad little contest, this. Zoe really, really sticking it to Becky. Zoe going over. Big super kick. With forearm strikes raining down by Zoe. Let's go, Becky chants. I think this is what the show needed, is a real good banging match like this. Oh, it's good. Zoe's really putting it on. Zoe in the corner, roll up by Becky. 2, reverse by Zoe. Zoe grabbing the ropes. Referee spots though. Referee does notice. Reversal by Bex. Trish pops up. That distraction allows Zoe. Oof. She went for her finishing move. Becky through the ropes, roll up by Zoe. 1, 2, 3. Zoe gets the win. Zoe gets the win. Lots of back and forth, lots of distractions. But Zoe picks up the victory over Big Time. So frustration there for Becky. Zoe Stark made the man pay. Wrestling, what would you like to see from the wrestling business moving forward, says Michael. Just more storylines, good, strong storylines, creative storylines. I think we need more of bloodline type stories. I think, we are starting to see that. I think we're doing some long-term stuff with Judgment Day, for example. There's a thread that kind of goes from the week-to-week episodes. So, yeah, I think the bloodline has been such a success, and it's shown in the ratings that we just need to keep churning out some of those good quality long-term stories. We're going to beat them because we can beat them, says Sammy. Kevin's being calm. Punch faces. They're trying to get a plan here. We break noses. Seth likes that. Okay, so they've got their strategy. Seth, KO, and Sammy with their strategy. Pomp and circumstance being played for Maxine Dupree's graduation, and Corey Graves mentions Macho Man. Of course, that song's synonymous with him, but actually synonymous with quite a few wrestlers. I believe it was Gorgeous George's entrance theme song as well. Right, yes, we are, I think, about to go to commercial break, so let's fire this in right now. I'll read this by Brenton first. Said, I did like the comment of the night idea that you floated a while back. Also, question of the night would be cool. Maybe get more interaction and discussion, and full-time scores would be cool too, says Brenton. Brenton, shout out to you.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Yeah, I like comment of the night. The problem is, though, you don't want to fill it with comment of the night, question of the night, halftime scores, full-time scores, fan sign of the night, or, you know what I mean? Like, you want to keep it quite loose, flexible, spontaneous. I could see it being a case whereby if we haven't done comment of the night, people at the end are like, oh, we haven't done comment of the night. And it's like, oh, yeah, hang on. And then you're trying to think about what the comment of the night was, and so I feel like there's a balance there. I mean, you could probably introduce comment of the night, but I don't think you'd want to flood it with too much stuff. Food for thought, though, definitely. All of that feedback's welcome. Sonny said 7. David said 6.25. Greg says 8. Andrew Tate said 7. Jaden said 6.5. Ray said 6. Too much Judgment Day. Whining. DJ Poison said 2. Steven said 7. Alex said 6.5. Intoxicated Beat said 7.5. Wild said, do you think they should bring in a women's mid-card title? Half the women they have don't even get a mid-title. Well, technically they've got a mid-card title, and that's the women's tag belts. So rather than having, I mean, you could make the argument that they should have a women's intercontinental, women's United States, and women's tag. But we do have a mid-card title. The good thing about the women's tag is the jury is out as to how great women's wrestling is for ratings. I really enjoy watching it, but there is definitely a conversation out there about if women's wrestling is as good for ratings as some of the men's stuff, right? I have not seen enough data on this. I mean, I've got to be honest, I'm not interested in looking on a 15-minute breakdown of the shows to try and work out how engaged people are in women's wrestling. Like, that just doesn't strike me as being an exciting or entertaining thing to do. So that's not something that I'm looking at. But I have seen people talking about it. There's been conversations about it. I don't know if WWE have got those conversations. But the good thing about women's tag belts is that means that 4 women can be involved in a mid-card feud, but it only takes up 1 match, right? So if there is some data that shows that women's wrestling doesn't quite grab the same ratings as Seth or Roman or Bloodline or whatever it might be, you've still got a mid-card title and you can still have 4 women competing, but it's all within that one segment. So I personally wouldn't mind seeing women's mid-card belts coming in as additional belts, but I don't know that WWE want more women's wrestling, because there is a bit of a conversation about the fact that women's wrestling just might not be as great for ratings as what we want it to be sometimes. Wrestle King said 6, right? We got Alpha Academy in the ring. Lots of 5s and 6s. Wrestle with Andy says, Days. Have you seen the photo of Hogan and Gonzalez face off at a house show? They teased the match, but it never happens. No, I haven't. I have not seen that. Oh, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. I am fascinated with anything, particularly 93. That is my year. 93 is that's my first full year as a WWE fan, or WWF as it was. So anything to do with 93 fascinates me. So yeah, I'd like to see that picture. I'll have to have a little look for it. Kevin said new mic. No, not a new mic, but constantly watching streams back to try and improve the sound quality, trying to improve settings. So this hopefully is sounding good. Right, we are into the final part of this show then. Say final part, second part. As Alpha Academy bring out Maxine Dupree. She has graduated. She is coming out in a slightly pink gown, is it? So, Maxine Dupree. Graduating. Makes her way down to the ring. She's got wrestling boots on. Alpha Queen. Did her thing say Alpha Queen? I can't remember I don't know what that's called. Something like something board in it. A smorgasbord or something. When I first met you, I thought you was nothing more than a disgusting little troll. But you're so much more than that. Dare I say, a wonderful friend. There are you deserve it chants, and her thing does say Alpha Queen. You deserve it chants for Maxine graduating Alpha Academy. Crazy. I think people are into these. More aboard, that's the one. More aboards. You can tell I never graduated. So, beautiful hunk of beef Otis. You are my muse. You are my twin flame. Why do they always put Otis, like, in these kind of segments where the attractive blonde girls are, like, into him? Thank you so much for accepting me. So she thanks the WWE Universe. Thank you. She does the thank you. We got a tradition. Oh, it's taking off that crowd of cheering. The robe comes off. Getting his jacket on. Okay, so Maxine going into the... Take off that cap. What have they got for her? It's got to be her own jacket. I love the Alpha Queen thing. Take off that gown. Oh, Attitude Era, here we go. Oh, yeah. Attitude Era. Take off that gown. There we go. Right, if this was the Attitude Era, we would have some pretty sexy music right now. We'd have puppies being screamed by Jerry the King Lawler. So she gets given her jacket. But here come the Viking Raiders. Viking Raiders making their way down. I mean, in all fairness, if I was backstage, I'd want to head to the ring as well. I'd want to make sure I got a good view for this. Here's Valhalla. Valhalla attacks from behind. Oh, she's stolen that jacket. Valhalla has stolen the jacket. So Valhalla with that jacket. If she puts that on, does that mean she's graduated? Is that how it works? I don't know how university works. I think if she puts the jacket on, she's graduated Alpha Academy. Those things are invaluable, says Corey Graves. Right, Viking Raiders and Valhalla attacks, steals the jacket. She doesn't even wear shoes. She doesn't wear any shoes, but she's going to worry about wearing a jacket. Doesn't make any sense. Can you give a recap? I was out dinner. To be honest, you haven't missed much. Drew Mac. To be honest, my notes are so scribbled. It's probably better to just wait until after the end, and then I'll do that 2-minute video. Kiko said, I'm a member of the Jackson 5. I am Tito Jackson. Nice to meet you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, my notes are a bit scribbled, to be honest. But we did get that tag match. We obviously just had that women's match as well, which was pretty good between Becky and Zoe. Obviously, the segment between Logan and Ricochet, don't know, it was okay. I sort of feel like tonight has been very paint by numbers. It's been very straightforward. I don't think there's been anything that exciting tonight. There's been absolutely nothing that I've needed to make a video on, or even been coming close to making a video on. this just feels very much like a Raw, which is the kind of thing that you would expect to see if you went to Raw, but just minus any truly exciting moments. If you get excited about seeing Logan Paul, then maybe that'll do it for you. But there hasn't really been anything here that's kind of really shook things up. We have got Cody segment, though. Cody and Brock might be able to do that. Days, I was wondering what if you could give score out of 10 in your show review, said Wrestling Guy. Yeah, a good point. I have thought of doing that, but so I said before, like those show recaps, those show results, I don't want to make them opinionated, because I think that's a bit of a barrier, because I give opinions during the watch-alongs. So if I put my opinions, first of all, I don't think I'd have time, because they're only 2 minutes long. So to tell you what's happened and give opinion, I think would be not possible. But also, I think some people, I just think there's opinion everywhere. There's opinion everywhere. Everywhere you turn, there's opinion. I think there's probably some value in just going, here's what happened. If you missed it, here's what happened. If you saw it, here's a bit of a recap, right? And here's a few little bits you might not have spotted, which I put in there as well. I always try and put in, like, for example, when we saw Logan, there was Imperium talking in the background. If there's any fun signs in the crowds, or any bits and bobs, any fun like things that people are wearing, or funny things that are said, any things like that that I can just put and kind of add to it. I try to put as much in as what I can. Well, that takes two full minutes easy. But I funny you should say, I did think about, well, I could put a little my score thing at the end. I don't think that would offend anyone, would it? I don't think you would stop watching them just because you thought it was 8 and I give it a 6, you know? I don't know. I feel like it's definitely possible, but I just don't know if it's the right thing to do. Don't know. Because I can't give any context to it, can I? That'd be like, here's what happened, then at the end, just in the corner, it'd be 6. I wouldn't make it a big thing. It would literally be an on-screen graphic. And that would be it, if I was to do it. But it's something that I've kind of stayed away from, to be honest. But I like the shout. I like the suggestion. It's something that I continue to wrestle with. I want to turn the sound down. I'm all right with it. Days against Triple T. That's my brother. That's my brother from another mother. Is it me, or is WWE a bit stale, said Liam. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but it feels stale, like we haven't had a new set design in how many years, and there's not going on much besides Bloodline. Here's Shayna. I think WWE's in a really good place, actually. I think there's things going on. It's just, I don't know that we've got anything that great on Raw. I mean, Bloodline has got SmackDown on lockdown. I mean, SmackDown is fine. SmackDown is killing the ratings. Over on Raw, Judgment Day is the big thing. But it's a little bit slow, that, you know, a bit slow. A few interesting bits tonight. A few interesting bits. But 3 hours, you know? It's a long time to try and fill. You need so much more than just Judgment Day. I mean, you have got Seth, but he's not... he's kind of tied up with Judgment Day as well. Judgment Day are all over the show, aren't they? The women's champ is in Judgment Day. Seth's feuding with Judgment Day. Judgment Day is very much Judgment Day. But as I said, it's hard to fill a 3-hour show with, like, you know, Judgment Day being your big focus. Suppose you got Gunther, him and Drew. That's kind of going on. But I know what you're saying. Like, don't know. I don't know if this is going to have pulses racing. That's going to be something for Triple H to have a little think about, I think. I think Raw would massively benefit from Bray. I think Bray doesn't need to be on SmackDown. I think if Bray was to come back, you know, you could have Bray around doing little things throughout the 3 hours in the background, leading up to his segment or to a funhouse or something like that. I think Bray would be positive. I remember in 2019, one of the only best good things that was on Raw was Bray and the funhouse. And the rest of it was like a real sleeper. We got Shayna and Emma right now. I think the years before COVID, stages were slowly but surely making a comeback. I think they still are. Right, she's just managed to beat Emma super quick. So Shayna beats Emma, and here comes Ronda. Ronda making her way out. The baddest woman on the planet. Ronda making her way down, very focused on Shayna. Shayna in the ring. Bad reputation. Shayna calling Ronda into the ring. Ronda comes in. These two, oh, nice right hand there by Ronda. Ronda takes down Shayna. Shots coming in. Baszler, Kirifuda clutch being applied. She gets taken down. That was a lovely little throw. Now she's trying to get a hold of the arm. Trying to get the arm of, and she's managed to get the arm of Shayna. Shayna trying to get over to the ropes and use the ropes as a way of getting out the ring. She manages to get out the ring eventually. Crowd are not feeling Ronda. Ronda is just really just not over with these fans. I don't know where and I don't know when, but these two may tear each other apart, says Corey Graves. I mean, SummerSlam's right there, Corey. SummerSlam is right there. Ronda Rousey is the best wrestler, says Abdul. John said, even if Bray doesn't come back, they should bring back Uncle Howdy and do something with the unfinished storyline. Right, we're talking about Cody and Brock right now. Looks like that's going to be our next segment. Prince blame Triple H and Vince. They're the ones in charge. Moljam said, this feud is pretty underrated, but you're probably going to get a great match at SummerSlam between Ronda and Shayna. LS Dub said, Ronda has been ice cold for a long time. Ronda poisons everything she's involved with a boring, apathetic feel. Lovely word. Lovely. Great sound transition with real moves, says BB Yipsy. I do think there's a lack of appreciation of just how good those two are in ring. What you're seeing there is some real good skills, like legit skills. And you've just got the crowd booing away. They're just not into it. They're just not into it. I mean, like, it's true that she's not... I don't know how much you blame Ronda, though, because she's not a good promo, right? She's never going to be a good promo. So why did WWE not help her out? I don't know. Why did they spend as much money as they did on her only to not really back her and give her a manager, give her a mouthpiece, or find what she needed? WWE are so good at taking people that can't wrestle or have limited wrestling when it comes to Logan, Bad Bunny, you know, other celebrities, right? Name whoever you want that's been in the ring that's a celebrity. Even Ronda. and making them look amazing because they play to the strengths and they don't focus on the negatives, right? It's really easy. If they're not good at something, don't do it, right? And if they're good at something, do loads of that. And put them in there with people that know what they're doing. Bish, bash, bosh. You come out with something tasty. And, I remember when everyone was saying that Ronda's match at WrestleMania was not only the best match at that year's WrestleMania, but was the best celebrity performance we had ever seen. Like at WrestleMania 34, in her match when she's partnering Kurt and she's going up against Triple H and Steph, that match is so well received. Even Meltzer gave it like 4.5 stars, right? They protected her massively, but her performance in that match was still attracting a lot of praise. WWE can do a great job of taking people that are limited and making them look amazing. Why they then signed her and did not continue doing that, I've got no idea. I genuinely have got no idea. I genuinely don't know why we can do it for certain matches, but we can't do it for careers. So my anger is actually with WWE for really dropping the ball, really mistreating her, not protecting her. You're taking someone from outside of professional wrestling, chucking them into professional wrestling, and just expecting them to swim, and just expecting them to just look amazing and be as good as everyone else. And it's not going to happen. It'd be the same with Logan. Like, Logan puts in impressive moments, but if he was there week in, week out, the stuff that he can do would get old quick, right? And he would struggle as well. You'd have to, protect him. So I'm annoyed at WWE for not doing a better job, not giving her a manager, not giving her a mouthpiece, not building her up, not building up her matches more. She dropped the ball as well. I mean, if you can't do something, you can't do something, right? So promo-wise, she just can't do it. But she dropped the ball with some comments that she made, which I know upset a load of fans as well. So she's not completely devoid of blame. All right, she's not completely devoid of blame, but it has been raised before, like, do you give her credit for her schedule? And I do. I mean, she has done house shows, she has worked a lot of Raws, and she's done a lot of matches. She has not worked the Logan Paul schedule, right? She's put the work in. So I do have respect for her in that regard. And she is legit as well, former UFC Strikeforce champ, blah, 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 blah. She brings legitimacy. So I got time for Ronda. I'm not a Ronda hater at all. But I agree with Alistair. Things have not been right for a long time with her segments and her feuds. But how much is that her fault? One to debate, get your teeth into as Cody makes his way down to the ring. Right, Johnny, shout out to you. Johnny Bland, appreciate the support, my friends. Welcome. And Richard Bambury, Paranormal Investigation Unit. Shout out to you as well, buds. Appreciate the support. Brenton said it feels like the early 2000s, doesn't it? Heyman once said in an interview that SmackDown was facing cancellation. Raw ratings were down, Raw is down, and SmackDown is the better show, just like the SmackDown 6 era. Yes, I agree. It does feel like SmackDown is the better show, but then it's felt that way for a while. I think the Bloodline has ensured that SmackDown has been the better show for a long time. I think there's some stuff that is happening on Raw, though. Clearly, we've got Cody and Brock. This is big. This is as big as, Cody's super over, getting great reactions. Maybe LA Knight should be switched over to Raw and given time to, we've got 3 hours to play with. You're telling me we can't get LA Knight on the show on a 3-hour Raw? So maybe LA Knight moving over would be beneficial. Bray moving over would be beneficial. I'm sure you can find a couple of superstars that can go the other way if needed, that maybe don't bring as much. But in all fairness, when Bray comes back, he's going to be a bit of a bonus ball, isn't he? Because he ain't been doing anything for so long. Cody in the ring then. Let's see what Cody's got to say. Richard said, I wanted to join a long time ago. Richard, shout out to you, man. Really appreciate the support. Let's see what Cody's got to say. Buffalo. So this is going to take us from hour 2 to hour 3. What do you want to talk about? Indulge me. I'm going to turn my back briefly because I want to see everyone here tonight. So, Cody, he said, I know there's millions of people watching, but just indulge me. I just want to see everyone that's here tonight. Loud Cody chants, man. Loud Cody chants. I see you, and hopefully you can see me. Does feel like there's just a different energy now, you know? The crowd are just louder now, and... Okay. It's brought the crowd in. Crowd are in anyway, though. Lovely wide shot. Love that shot. Plenty of Cody signs. Cody Brock at SummerSlam in a bull rope match, said James. Tony said it's going to be strange that all WWE shows will be on TNT Sports. Every city I go to is sold out. Every crowd is louder. So they were asking, apparently he got asked about his momentum. And he said, well, every city I go to is sold out. Every crowd I'm in front of is louder. I'm doing okay. So he says his in-ring momentum is a bit shaky. So he's addressing Brock. You either go through it or you don't get through it at all. Brock's not here tonight, says Cody. Brock is here next week, apparently. Everyone has a Brock Lesnar. Is that true? Some woman in the Georgia Marathon took a wrong turn. He's talking about how student debt is a Brock Lesnar. Crippling anxiety is a Brock Lesnar. Everyone has like a Brock Lesnar in their life. So, Cody wants a match with Brock at SummerSlam. He wants Brock at SummerSlam. So nothing would make me happier than you coming to this ring, shaking my hand, knowing that this isn't personal. But I am going to finish the chapter you started for no reason. So he wants Brock at SummerSlam. No great surprise. So Cody says that he wants to be next in line. He said that Brock is next in line. And he wants to be next in line. And he corrects himself and says he will be next in line. The Prince doesn't want to be Prince forever. It's all right. Tell you what I was thinking as I was watching him. He moves around a lot. And he's always talking not to the camera. He seems to throw his final impactful moment to the camera. But for the majority of the promo, he's kind of looking over to the side. He's kind of like talking really to the fans in attendance. And then when he wants to hammer his final point home, then he'll look at the camera. I feel like he needs to look at the camera more. I feel like it's one thing to talk to the 20,000 that are there. That's cool. I feel like he needs to do a bit more of talking to us at home, apart from just talking to us at the very end when he wants to get a point across. I think that's a big difference between like this generation's promos and maybe where we have been in the past. Sometimes it can feel a little bit like you're eavesdropping on a promo. I feel like he's talking to the people there and I'm just sort of listening in. And then he looks at me and I go, oh, hello. Here's The Miz. It was fine, though. I mean, it was a perfectly fine promo. I kind of like what he was saying about how we've all got a Brock Lesnar. I like that. Kind of painting Brock as a problem, as a weight, as a burden. It's nice. Miz versus Ciampa then. So we are into the final hour. Miz, Ciampa coming up. Big Time said SmackDown did 2.5 four times in 2023, a couple of 2.4s. That was unheard of in 2020, 2022. Do you think WWE is in a strong position for TV renewals? Well, yeah, I think they are. I think that any great ratings right now are very, very welcome because obviously they're in negotiations at the moment. What I would say is we're seeing them actually trying to do some more work with NXT. They're desperately trying to improve the NXT ratings because they want that to be seen really as being, you know, valuable, viable part of the package. And so they're trying to get those ratings moving a little. I think the Raw ratings have been all right as well. Raw's been doing okay. So, yeah, I think the fact that they've been delivering some 2.5s and everything, I mean, definitely that's going to help with negotiations. You know, this is where we are right now. This is where we're hoping to certainly at least stay. But ideally, can we see another, you know, are we on the verge of an explosion? You know, things are bubbling away. We've got Bloodline that are doing really well. We got the Bloodline segment getting to 3 million for their segments on SmackDown. You know, you definitely want to be building up the potential that we are literally just round the corner from a big explosion of activity, a big explosion of ratings and another Attitude Era. And that's the kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, look, seeing an increase in ratings like that is going to strengthen that argument. If I'm WWE, you know, I'm going into those meetings talking about Endeavor taking over and the kind of investment that they're going to look to put into the business, the kind of opportunities that they're going to look to exploit, some of the strategic stuff. You obviously don't want to give too much away, but I think there's so much that WWE are looking at and talking about, and there's so much going on behind the scenes. I think you can get excited for the future of WWE. I think the future of WWE is looking as strong as it ever has. And I must say as well, I'm personally pleased that Vince is still involved with this Endeavor company, because if we were a few months away from Endeavor taking over and we didn't know what was going to happen, like, and there was all that uncertainty, I think that uncertainty would hurt potentially the fans, but also TV renewals. But the fact that Vince is still involved kind of makes it feel like it's just going to be transitional, you know. I wouldn't be expecting like the shows to drastically change. There might be a few little tweaks, whatever, that, you know, they want to bring in and do, but by and large, I wouldn't expect it to change too much at all, if anything. But yeah, we could see like some increased investment in marketing, some cross promotional stuff with UFC. Don't know, that's the kind of stuff that they could maybe bring in as a bit of a conversational piece. But yeah, ratings are obviously going to be good for them to be as high as what they are right now. Brendan said, thing is, once Cody and Roman once again get paired up for Mania, does that mean Cody moves to SmackDown and Raw gets left with nothing? Just got to buy time till Mania season. Raw is sinking fast. They won't allow that. To be honest, once we're in Mania season, I could see Roman being on both shows. So, you know, it might be that Cody's kind of working a bit of both. They'll make sure that both are looked after. It's true, Days. Georgia woman ran the wrong way near the finish line. It happened last week, said Bembo. I haven't heard about that. Lol. Days, Ronda was a coach in women's Tough Enough against Misha Tate, and her first selection was Shayna Baszler. She lost to Pena on that show. They do sell out Raws and shows no matter where they go. It's very true, said Intoxicated Beats. Ibrahim said, what is the Attitude Era? Late 90s, early 2000s, probably 97, 2002, if you was going to go all in. Probably looking at that 5-year period, which is when WWE, WWF are battling against WCW. And you've got the Monday Night Wars, where both the shows, Nitro and Raw, were on at the same time, and they were battling for ratings, and things got a little less PG and a bit more attitude. That's regarded as many people's favorite eras. That's your Stone Cold era, your Rock, your Kane, and all that kind of stuff. Mankind. Attitude Era was fantastic, said Prince Moolah. Cody should go full circle and win the Rumble from an earlier number, says Aaron. WXT Productions said Days, Miz hasn't won a match in 200 days. That's what the Miz said on TikTok. Wow. Really? That's crazy, isn't it? Ciampa smashing Miz into the commentary table. Over the commentary table goes the Miz. This no DQ. So the Miz, Ciampa battling away. Shot coming in. There's a couple of guys there. They've got some Christmas sweaters on by the looks of it. Miz on a chair, and Ciampa drives his knee into the Miz. The Black Heart looks like he's in his playground. Right, we've got Miz being thrown back into the ring. We want tables is the chant. Suppose no great surprise. Fans always want tables. Looking for some sort of... No. Skull crushing. Nope, doesn't get it. There's a chair in the ring. Ciampa, boot there by the Miz. Ciampa goes down. Daze Corbin wants Mania in Paris because it's the only place he can win a match. Did he say that? That'd be fun if he said that. Right, we've got Miz pulling at Ciampa's face. Miz trying to use the chair. Shot to the midsection by Ciampa. Brenton said, let's play a game. Say the shows, switch networks. ESPN is out because there's no guaranteed night with all the sports. What network would be best? Let's exclude WBD stations. Well, I'll let the chat have fun with that because I'm not in America, am I? So I don't see those numbers. I think everyone knows that Raw is on USA, and it's been there for so long. I mean, could you move to a bigger network? Like, would Raw do bigger numbers on ESPN? I would think so. I would think so. I would think that ESPN's a bigger network, but I don't have that data. But that could be one for people to chuck around in the chat. Austin said, we've got to look at the facts real quick. Roman is better than The Rock, Cena, HBK, Triple H, Undertaker, Sting, Hogan, Andre combined. All of them added together do not equal Roman Reigns. Corbin will dethrone Roman. He is the last person to pin him in a one-on-one match. BB Ipsy said, Days, now that Nunes is retired, do you think one of the wrestling organizations will try to recruit her? Imagine if that happened. I think Ronda would quit. They might look to have a word, but to be honest, I don't know how much crossover there is. You got a lot of kids and families that watch WWE. If you bring in Amanda Nunes, I think she comes into crickets. I think there's silence. I don't think you bring in Amanda Nunes and the crowd are going to lose their mind at all. Not even close. So I don't know that her star power will translate to the WWE audience. You can build her up as like the baddest woman in the planet and all that kind of stuff, but her English is good. I don't know that she's going to be cutting any charismatic promos, though, and grabbing people's attention that way. Obviously, she's not trained in pro wrestling. It's very different doing MMA, as we've seen with Ronda. So she would need to get some serious training. I think WWE would have to do a lot of work to get across just how special she is. I mean, Amanda Nunes may be the baddest woman on the planet right now. May be the greatest female MMA fighter of all time. I feel like that's pretty much... I mean, I feel like the only person that would come close would be Valentina Shevchenko. But I think for many people, it would be Amanda Nunes. But I don't know. I don't think it would work. I think Ronda is interesting because she's American and she is pretty attractive and she was a killer and she was finding her way into movies Like, she was in, wasn't she in one of the Fast films? And I think she was in, like, another film that I forget. Entourage film, maybe, or something. She was in some films. She was on plenty of magazine covers. I know that she'd been on Ellen and done some of those talk shows as well. Like, she was out there, you know, she was out and about. I don't know that Amanda Nunes has had anywhere close to that exposure. I feel like Ronda started to become mainstream. I feel like people started to know who Ronda was. But I don't think that translates to Valentina or Amanda Nunes. Quite a lot, actually. I think unless you are American and you are, or like maybe British, maybe you can speak great English, good looking, going on talk shows, getting into movies, getting onto magazine covers. I think unless you're doing that, like, you're just not going to break into the casual consciousness. And I think a Nunes would come out to relative crickets. So I'm going to lean towards no. Unless WWE want to bring her in and feel like, oh, we can do something here, you know? We can build her up, we can do something. But to be honest, they might have been stung by the Ronda experiment, you know? What's gone on with Ronda might make them have second thoughts. Here's a table being put back under there by The Miz. Brendan said, what's the options you have in the UK? Are WWE shows on fights? Could be wrong, but I heard there's chance Raw switches nights if the rights negotiations go a certain direction. In the UK, it's on BT Sports, so for forever it was on Sky Sports. We have two big sports like subscription channels that you have to pay extra to view on top of your cable package, right? If you get a basic cable package, you get in, you know, QVC and, you know, those kind of channels. But then you could add, say, the movies, if you want Sky Movies and whatever, or you could add sports and then you get Sky Sports. And that's going to be an extra £30 a month, right, on top of your package. And so it was always on Sky Sports, and it was the home of it, and I think it did fine. But then the other year, it switched to BT Sport, which is kind of the same situation. It's their rival, if you will. And so it's on BT Sport now. So NXT, Raw, SmackDown, all on BT Sport. UFC's on BT Sport as well. Sky Sports has got the majority of the soccer, the Premier League. It's got the bulk of that. Sky Sports... what else have they got, actually? I think they've probably got some, like, baseball, basketball, bits and bobs like that on. I only go on Sky Sports to watch the cricket. They've got the cricket at the moment. They've got the Ashes, England and Australia. That's on Sky Sports. I have to have both. If I want to watch the England play cricket, I have to have Sky Sports. And if I want to watch Man United, chances are I'll need Sky Sports. But if I want to watch UFC and WWE, I need BT Sports. So I suppose it's a bit like in America, you've got ESPN and then you've got Fox Sports. I don't know if Fox Sports is a subscription thing. But yeah, WWE is on BT Sport and AEW is on Fight TV. Fight TV, I think it's like $6.99 a month, but you get to watch Dynamite, Rampage, Collision live. Kicks coming in by Ciampa. We've got a table that was introduced. Knee strike there by Tommaso. Another knee strike. He's using a trash can lid, driving it into the side of the head of The Miz. And The Miz dribbling down. And now the table's being set up and the crowd are fired up, man. Crowd are so excited to see a table. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get why the table is as exciting to WWE fans, wrestling fans in general. Suppose because it breaks. You don't really get a break in a chair, do you? It's got its Wow, and he's gonna, and he does, and the table breaks. He puts the Miz through the table. Looking for the cover. One. Wow, Bronson Reed arrives. Bronson Reed. You haven't seen Bronson Reed in a little while. Bronson Reed was wanting to get into the Money in the Bank matches, wasn't he? And I thought there was a chance that Bronson Reed might get involved in the Money in the Bank. But instead, here he is getting involved. So Miz and Ciampa puts Miz through the table. Then he gets attacked by Bronson. And there's a smile on Miz's face. Bronson has told The Miz that they're not friends. And if he wants him, then he's got to pay for him. So kind of thinking that The Miz has paid for Bronson to help him out here. And help him out he has. As The Miz picks up the victory. So The Miz picks up the win thanks to Bronson Reed. Oh. Big Bronson Reed. Imagine Jay with 3 titles, says Manvinder. Miz is going to win his first match in 200 days, said WXT. That was a big splash by Bronson. And Tommaso tried to kick out, but there was nothing there. So Miz gets the win, but Bronson gets the assist. And Miz celebrates. Sometimes in WWE, you just need someone you can count on, says Corey Graves. Okay, we're just seeing last week, of course, we got Chelsea and Sonya winning to become #1 contenders. You can see some marks on the back of The Miz where he's gone through that table and cut his back open. Days, what scares me about Bray, and I've been thinking about this, he's got an illness. We pray his health will be better, because if I remember right, Brody Lee had an illness. It's a scary time for Bray, says A.R. Banks. Yeah, I mean... You're going to be ringside for our match. So, Liv and Raquel are going to be at ringside for Sonya and Chelsea's match. Is Rhea. Rhea stepping up to Raquel. Stay out of my business, says Rhea. Look at Raquel towering over Rhea. We're going to run this division right, Rhea. Who said we? Chelsea's off. I really like Chelsea and Sonya. I think they're so good. Here's Liv. We're just not scared of you. Raquel is huge. Yeah, man. She's going to be a future champ. I mean, multiple time champ. She is huge, isn't she? Look at her towering over Rhea. That's a big match, that is, isn't it? Them two. That is a big match. Yeah, I don't want to say Hogan Andre, but we're all thinking it. Bronson could be a good first opponent for Drew if he wins the IC title at SummerSlam. What do you think? Yeah, I don't think he will win the title though, because I think Gunther's got to get to September to break Honky Tonk Man's records. So he's got to get past SummerSlam. He's got to get past SummerSlam. And we're so close to it, you would just do it. That record has stood since 89, 88. So, you know, it's definitely time to be broken. And we're so close to it. And who deserves to break it? I mean, Gunther, obviously. But Bronson, I think, would make a great IC champ. Okay, Chelsea Green. I would so buy like a Chelsea and Sonya t-shirt or something. I can really get behind these two. I think they are fun. They're a bit moody. I always find their segments entertaining. It's going to be Kaden and Katana. Against Chelsea and Sonya. Right, Sahib, shout out to you, my friend. Brenton said Sky Sports has got darts, I think. Billiards is on Sky when they come on. I watch on DAZN when I get chance. To be honest, I really don't know. I don't watch darts. I don't watch billiards. I'm not against them. I would watch them. I've just never, you know, I watch so much stuff. Just fitting more in is just going to be really difficult. I mean, cricket is a real love. I really love watching England play cricket. I don't care if it's like 2020, 1 day test cricket. I'll watch England play all the different formats. So, I mean, I watch that. Obviously, I watch UFC. I watch wrestling. I watch boxing. If England are playing at anything, I mean, like women's football starting soon, you know, I'll keep an eye on that. The Women's World Cup, I'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, the football, Man United as well. I like to watch Man United when I can. So, like, yeah, it's just there's a lot. So that and doing the channel just means that there's not like loads of time to introduce darts and rugby and billiards and all the other like Wimbledon and all that kind of stuff. I've said before, though, I think if there was like a British person in Wimbledon that was doing really well, I would definitely check them out. I would definitely watch to see how they're doing. But we've got no one at the moment. It's garbage for us. But it's still cool how big Wimbledon is, you know. It's shown around the world. People enjoy it and watch it. And it's on TV all the time at the moment. So it's on terrestrial as well. Like, it's not even on like sports channels. It's on just normal channels, BBC One, BBC Two. Like, you can watch Wimbledon. There's a few things which are regarded as like crown jewels, like they are sports and they are competitions that should be available to everyone that's got a TV, and Wimbledon is one of those. The Grand National, the big horse race that we have, that's another one. The FA Cup final, I believe that's one as well. There's a few like World Cups and everything. Any World Cup, European Championships, football, stuff like that, they are on free-to-air TV. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I only tend to go on Sky Sports for the cricket and football. But, yeah, they've got multiple channels. It's not just one channel. They've got more. Same as BT, actually. They've got multiple channels. So, I mean, you know, this is where you're going to be seeing, like, Formula One. I think that's over there. You're going to be seeing like rally as well. That'll be over there. Aussie rules, that kind of stuff will be over there. Basketball will be shown somewhere. The American sports will be shown somewhere. But just not on my radar. Right, we are back from commercial break. We've got Sonya and Chelsea in the ring. We are into the final half an hour. Chelsea and Sonya versus this could be a good match, you know. Oh, I love these two. I love these two as well. Da 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 da. Yeah. Whoop whoop. Whoop. They should come out with glow sticks, and they should definitely come out with some brighter ring gear. They don't do their little thing anymore. I don't know why they've stopped doing that. They've stopped doing it. So when they get in the ring down in NXT, Katana would lie like on the mat, and then Kaden would stand over and do the hip thing behind her. But they don't do it. They do it in the entranceway. They don't do the lying down bit, but Kaden still does a little good tag team. Like they're a proper tag team as well. They've been together so long now that they've just got some really good like tag team moves. They're both on the same page. I think they're both just the best of friends. Like they just hang out together all the time. They are as much a women's tag team as we have ever seen in WWE. Maybe outside of the Bellas, who are actual twins that were born together. These two have been together for years and years and years now. I like both of these teams. This is a dream match. We were talking about dream matches earlier. This is one right here. I love both of these teams. So Chelsea is climbing up. We've got Kaden up top. Chelsea taking her time a little bit. Kaden is grabbing Chelsea. Chelsea's looking a little bit concerned. Katana's trying to climb up, but she's stopped by Sonya. Sonya goes down. I don't know, what are we... Chelsea rolls through, charges over, kick coming in there by Kaden. Chelsea goes down, tags made. Here's Katana. Katana looking to go up top on the shoulders of Kaden. She gets thrown on top of Chelsea too, and Sonya makes the save. I feel like that spot kind of really teased something that was going to be much bigger than that. Kick coming in there by Sonya. That's pretty brutal. Nice roll up by Katana too. Kick out by Chelsea. Backslide over by the ropes. Oh, Sonya cheats. Sonya grabs the leg. I mean, you had to do that. You had to do that because obviously they're facing the tag champs next week, but Chelsea Green. So Chelsea getting the win. Lovely little roll up. But so next week we've got the title match. Chelsea Green. Right, we've got Drew and Riddle. Here's Byron. Congrats on your victory. When did all these groups pop up? Okay, so Drew and Riddle want to eradicate Imperium. is saying he's not here next week, so maybe hold off on facing Gunter. Okay, so Byron thought he was going, but sadly not. Sadly not. Not invited. But women were botchomania, says Tom. Gio Vinci. So Riddle told Drew that he'd got Gio Vinci banned. And Drew's like, actually, it's Giovanni. Right, Seth making his way down. It's going to be main event time. Everyone hates Byron. I smell a sitcom. Seth. KO, Sammy versus... Okay, so Seth in the ring. Did you know a cricket team won America's first baseball? Score was 23-1 in New Jersey. A cricketer named Henry Chadwick is credited with inventing the box score. I didn't. That's fun. I don't know the origins of baseball, but obviously there's plenty of similarity with cricket. Plenty of differences as well, though. What do you think of Raw tonight? I think it's a bit flat, if I'm being honest. If I'm going to be completely brutally honest, I think it's a bit flat. I think that there's plenty that's happened. It's not like it's just been 3 hours of nothingness. Like, there's plenty of stuff that's happened. You know, I feel there's some stuff here that's going to set things up in the future. We're still teasing Raquel and Rhea. We're obviously teasing a lot with Judgment Day. You know, Cody's called out Brock, wants him for SummerSlam. There's things that have happened, and there's building blocks that have been put in place. But I just don't think there's been anything. There's been nothing even remotely close that I've had to make a video on. Nothing that I've needed to make a video on. Nothing that I've really felt that has been like a freak out moment or anything like that, you know? So I think it's just one of those weeks that's a little bit sleepy. It's one of those weeks that we just will not remember at the end of the year. It's not that it's a particularly bad week. It's just, I think, compared to what we've had recently with Money in the Bank and the go homes and, like, you know, some of the stuff that's been going on with, you know, at Madison Square Garden on Friday. I mean, those shows are special shows, aren't they? Those are special. What Madison Square Garden was special. Money in the Bank was special. The go home SmackDown at the O2 was special. Like, there's been a lot of special, big, exciting things that have happened. Like, I suppose we have to expect that you're going to have a few weeks where it's going to settle down, so that we build towards the next special show. You can't just have special show, special show, special show, special show. And, you know, SummerSlam's coming. That's going to be big. That's going to be exciting. That's going to be special. But, yeah, I mean, I can't sit here and say this is anything mind-blowing. The women's match was bathroom break, said Gamer Ryan. Know what I mean. I know what you mean, but I have to disagree. I really like Kaden and Katana. I think they're a really great tag team. I enjoyed watching them in NXT. I think Chelsea Green's really entertaining as well. I think had that match been given some actual time, I think they could have done something really good. Do you remember Kaden and Katana against Ronda and Shayna from a few weeks back? It's like one of the best matches of the week. It was a really great match. So I'm disappointed that that's just been booked the way it's been booked, which is just nothing. I mean, you're right. You could have a bathroom break whilst it was on because there wasn't really anything to see. But it's a real shame because I don't think that's reflective of the talent of Katana or Kaden or even Sonya and Chelsea, who, as I said, I think have been really good together since coming together. So yeah, that shame. Brendan said the world tour to expand baseball globally, led by A.G. Spalding, failed miserably, especially in England, where the Brits thought of baseball just as a defect of rounders. I know they did a baseball game in London the other week, and that I think was pretty well received. Viking rules match coming up. So Viking, we've got Brock Lesnar returning next week, and we've got a Viking rules match. And of course, we've got that WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match next week as well. So a few things going down next week. Riddle and Gunther. Gio Vinci is going to be barred from ringside. Crowd still singing Seth's theme as we've got 17 minutes left to go. Alpha Academy, Viking Raiders, Viking rules match. Burn it down. Right, here is Kevin Owens and Sami then. Days Raw shows these last few weeks seem to be reverting to more comedy, less wrestling, more promos. Vince is having some say. I don't mind because I feel like Triple H would lean on long matches, says Big Time Baxter. Prince Moolah said, I watch wrestling, AEW, New Japan, WWE Impacts, all wrestling shows. I'm a fan of combat sports. Where do you think United will finish next season, says Gene. I think it'll be third again. Third. I think Man City are too far ahead. I just don't think he would, the people we're bringing in aren't going to close that gap. So I think it's going to be a project. And I think we're probably a few years away, to be honest. No one wants to say it, but I think we are. Because, you bring in Onana, you bring in Mounts, bring in a 20-year-old striker. It's just not, I just don't think that's closing the gap on Man City. It might, maybe you get a little closer. Maybe you get a little closer, but... And listen, if Arsenal are about to bring in Declan Rice, and Timber... Like that, you've got to look at Arsenal, that they are adding some serious strength to what is already a very good team. I think probably third again is what I'm expecting, but I hope we can be in the race. We were never really in the race, so I just hope we're in the race. I just want us to be competing so that, you can dare to dream. And then those dreams get destroyed as you get towards the end of the season. That's all I want. I just want my hopes to get crushed. That's all I want. I'm a simple man. Your fave is Sammy, says AB Jobs. I do love Sammy. I don't love him in this tag team. I don't love what they're doing with Sammy. There are plans for AEW to do a Swerve Strickland Keith Lee match at some point. We desperately need a striker, says James. Sonny, my hopes always get crushed during hockey whenever the Maple Leaves are on. Didn't know you was a Maple Leaves fan, Sonny. Sonny Cruz said, is it me or have Sammy and KO's title reign been boring? They're the only thing that they do is getting dragged into other storylines. Ian said, it pains me to say, but now Fergie is going to win United the League very soon, if not this season. New Fergie. Seth on the outside chasing after Dom. I just think United have got too many areas that we've got to strengthen. You know, I look at like Casemiro. If he gets injured, who plays that position? I mean, McTominay might get you through, but we don't have a striker. And if we do bring a striker in and he picks up an injury, who goes there? Anthony Martial. You know, Rashford doesn't like playing there. You could get through a few games, but not an extended period. You know, what happens if Martinez or Varane gets injured? Is Dalot good enough as right back? Is Anthony going to be good enough? Is Anthony going to come good? Is Sancho going to come good? There's just too many questions at the moment. Whether it all falls into place and clicks, and God, I hope it does. You know, will remain to be seen. But I'm not as a United fan. I'm expecting us to have a better season in regards to getting more points. I don't think we're getting worse. Can't say that we're winning the league. Nice drop toe takedown. That's good. Senton as well as Sammy and Kevin work together. So we got 12 minutes. Kieran, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Gifting a membership for someone. I feel like Sammy and Kevin are better as singles. Yeah, I mean, we've spoke about why you would do this. You would do this because, like, these two are big names. It'll give a little boost to the tag division. Like, you can see why you would want to do it. But, yeah, Sammy is not involved in segments that are as fun, or the writing's not as creative as when he was doing Bloodline stuff. Big cannonball to the outside by Kevin. Your boys are nothing, Kevin yells at Rhea. Big Time said, Indy has already got a regular on WWE main event, got called up, dropped the NXT title, and is in catering. When do you think Newcastle will finish? Newcastle will be either second or fourth. I think Newcastle are going to have a really good season. I think they're the real deal. I think teams, though, are aware of that now. I think last year it caught teams by surprise, like how good Newcastle had become under Eddie Howe. I think that teams will be a bit better prepared for them. I think that Tonelli, is it, that they've gone and picked up? I'm hearing really good stuff about him. Really good stuff. I worry about them if they get a few injuries as well. Just like what I said with United. If United pick up a few injuries, who's going to come in? If Newcastle get injuries, I feel the exact same. Newcastle, to me, are a couple of injuries away from finishing sixth. So, but I'm going to say that they, you know, they could add even more, couldn't they? They could add even more, get a bit more squad depth. I think teams will be aware and will be better prepared for them, though. So I'm going to say that Newcastle are right in the mix. I think they will be now for the foreseeable future with the money they've got and the investment they've got. And I don't know. I don't want to just pick the same. Like, I mean, it was Man City, Arsenal, United, Newcastle last year, so it's not very adventurous to just say the exact same thing. But I can't see Liverpool getting back into the top four. I can't see Chelsea getting back into the top four. I think Chelsea will be a lot higher than they were, but I can't see them getting back into the top four. I can't see Man City falling away. I don't think Arsenal will fall away. I don't think United are going to go anywhere. I think Ten Hag's too good for that. I don't think Newcastle might struggle to have as good a season as what they had. I do think that them going on that run was kind of catching teams out a little bit. And as I said, I think teams will be better prepared. So I might be prepared to drop Newcastle down to like 5th. But I'll say Man City win, Arsenal 2nd, United 3rd. I'll go Newcastle 4th, but I would go down with Newcastle rather than up. But they might add some more people and make their squad stronger. This Raw has been good, but this Raw has been good. Feels like I'm watching 4 hours. As a Palace fan, not looking great for us. Only one sign-in. I think we finish 11th to 14th, which isn't great, says Bembo. Nah, but you'd take it, wouldn't you? If I was a Palace fan, I'd take 11th. Snatch your hand off for 11th. Because to be honest, you know, Palace is one of those teams that you're just sort of waiting to get relegated, to be honest. They're one of those teams that have come and gone from the Premier League. And... you know, unless you're going to have some serious investment, chances are you're going to go again at some point. So, if you can get 11th to 14th, God, you'd take that every year. Shot there by Damian Priest. All this Premier League talk, and I'm hoping for top 2 in League One, says Ian. What about Villa? Yeah, Villa will be right up there. Villa, I could see being 6th or... I think Villa actually Europe, 5th or 6th. I think Brighton are going to struggle. Brighton will fall. They've lost too many good players. So I think Brighton will fall. You can't keep replacing. You just can't. So I'm looking at Brighton having a difficult season or more difficult. I'm looking at Brentford having a more difficult season. I think Villa, though, with Emery, are going to do well. So I could see them 5th, 6th. I can't tell if Villa are going to finish higher than Newcastle. I can't tell. Villa may get 4th. I'm feeling really good for Villa. Feeling really good for Villa. Owens against the ropes. DDT. I think Forest will struggle, says Ian. Trina said, as a Pompey fan, I think you should all be happy. Right, we've got Finn making a tag. I can tell you that just looking at the graph of people that have joined us, we had a really good amount of people that were joining us. Still got a good amount now, actually, but it's definitely dipped. I don't think this main event is going to really have kept people around. It just doesn't matter who wins, does it? That's part of the problem. Priest gets thrown over to the outside. Have we got a keeper in mind? Yeah, we're pretty close to signing Onana from Inter Milan, who used to be at Ajax and worked with Ten Hag. Apparently 43 million, and should be announced next couple of days. Damian Priest with a big kick as Seth goes back. Oh, lovely, lovely short arm clothesline. Oh, look at Rhea screaming at the ref. Rhea absolutely screaming. I think it was at the ref. It's either at the ref or at Seth. Damian Priest urging Seth to get up. Crowd singing Seth's song. Seth lands on his feet. Oh, Damian nearly knocking into Finn. Finn goes down on the outside. There's a pedigree. 1, 2, and Balor makes the save. Balor makes the save. Balor starts unloading on Seth. So he is very frustrated at the moment. Balor wants the tag. Damian makes the tag. Balor comes in. Oh, bit botchy. He was looking for the sling blades. Bit of a botch. So he was going for the sling blade. I think Seth was trying to reverse it. Balor into the corner. Seth comes over, grabbing Balor. Dominic's up. Dominic makes the tag. Dirty Dom with a frog splash. 1, 2. Oh. Sami Zayn makes the save. Dirty Dom almost getting the win for the Judgment Day. That would not have gone down well. Sling Blade connects. Balor charges over. Super kick by Seth. Balor goes down to his knees. Sami desperately wants that tag. Tariq said, Raw's main events have been a bit generic for some time. It needed a title defense or some sort of quality. I agree. Needed something on the line. Like, I know there's things you can do here. You can tease dissension. He was kind of going for a blue thunder bomb there, but didn't quite get it. I don't know if that was Balor's fault. Balor just seems to be a bit off at the moment. Sami down, Balor climbing up. Finn and Seth even made that botched sling blade look cool. There's the blue thunder bomb. 1, 2, and Dominic makes the save. Dominic is all over Sami. Big boot looking for a stunner. Stunner there by KO. Dominic sold that stunner so well. Dominic really sold that stunner, like proper sprung up in the air. Exploder into the corner by Sami. Sami back in the corner, looking to charge over. Rhea grabs the leg of Sami. Rhea grabs Sami's leg. Oof, monster choke slam. Monster choke slam by Damian Priest. Coup de grace by Finn. 1, 2, 3. Finn Balor pins. Look how excited Mummy is. Finn Balor pins Sami. You can't question the unity. Well, they are looking at each other a bit off. They both smile. And they embrace. Finn and Damian embrace. So Finn and Damian embrace at the end. Mammy is really pleased about that. And Judgment Day stand in the ring united, but for how long? Liv, Raquel, Miz, and Viking Raiders are on Raw Talk. Right, get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. Fire your thoughts in. What did you think of the show? Do you think if either Dom or Rhea turn face, should both be turned? I feel like both are naturally heels. I see Rhea turning face next summer, leave Dom in a tough spot. I think Dom's got to stay heel for now. The crowd are just all over him. I mean, nothing at the moment makes me think you should turn him face. I don't think there's anything at the moment that makes me think you should turn Rhea face. So, I mean, look, 12 months is a long time in wrestling. It's a long time. So I wouldn't I wouldn't be thinking about what am I going to do with them in 12 months' time. All I can say is for the foreseeable future, certainly this side of WrestleMania, I wouldn't be touching them. I'd leave them both as heels. Raw sucked. That's my thoughts. Bring on SmackDown, said Chris. Rhea enjoyed it more than me, said Zoom Station. Stand and Fight says 8. Judgment Day is the bloodline of Raw. Jamie with a 7. WWE AEW fan with a 7. Who won the main event? It was Judgment Day. Chris with a 4. Justin with a 9. Anna with an 8. Next week, they'll be at it again, said Alan. Meave with an 8. I wanted some more Candice and Nikki, says Grant. Hello, Grant. Hope you're well, buds. Sonny says, I'm heading out. It's around a 6 and a 10 for hanging out with you guys. Great to see you again, Sonny. Have a good evening wherever you go in. Jadam said, I'm tired of these clowns in the Judgment Day. 6 said Zoom Station. Jake Plays said 6. Michael said Judgment Day needed the big wrestling match win. Lone Star Friend, shout out to you. Keaton says 7. Richard said it was a 7, but down to a 5 because a lot of Judgment Day airtime. Serious Gaming said decent show. John said 7.1. Judgment Day should have lost. Finn and Damien should have had the falling out tonight. Michael says 6.5. Alex Bliss Gamer 7.5. Stephen with a 4. Michael with a 7.5. Intoxicated Beat said 8.5. Stream is always awesome. Thank you. Shout out to you, buds. Mark with a 10 because Sonny was here. Big Daddy Splashy with a 7. Trey Gaming with a 6. Shaquem with a 5.25. Jay with an 8.5. There was nothing wrong. Solid show. Brenton said, I can't help but feel bad for Edge. Him as the leader of this Judgment Day wouldn't be bad. The supernatural idea scared him off, and rightfully so. That is true, isn't it? It's crazy, isn't it? How they said it was going to be supernatural. We went, well, I'm out then. And then they didn't do it. Have you done your FPL team yet? I haven't. I got some time, though. I'll get there. Chris said, finally the Judgment Day wins and the heels have been screwed in the main events. The heels have been getting screwed in the main event. Sakilla with a 7. Kappa said, nice Judgment Day upset 7. Dave Meltzer thinks AEW is struggling in interest because WWE is red hot and that makes it number 2. Do you agree? I think that doesn't help, to be honest. I think that if WWE was, like it had been and it was flat and it was a bit dull, then people would look for an alternative and AEW could then present itself as that fun alternative. It's very hard for AEW to present itself as the fun alternative when SmackDown's doing 3 million, for the Judgment Day, for the Bloodline. And SmackDown's doing 2.5 million, and people know that the product is really good. Certainly SmackDown. I think Raw is struggling compared to SmackDown, but I think even the Raw ratings are not terrible at the moment. They're not bad, but look, we all know that Bloodline is special, and I don't think they have anything that's close to that. So. Yeah, I think I would agree that that is part of the problem. I think if your booking is not amazing, you can sort of get away with it if your competitors are worse. Like, that's the way to look at it. If you've got a burger that's all right, if your competitors' burgers are amazing, your all right burger seems pretty rubbish. If your competitors' burgers are garbage, your all right burger seems amazing, doesn't it? So I would agree with that, actually. I would agree with that. I think there's more to it than that, though. That is not the only reason. It's not the only reason. I mean, I've been watching AEW every week, so if people were to ask me, do you think there's things wrong with AEW? I would say yes, I do. I don't think you can watch Dynamite every single week and say there isn't problems. Well, I'm hearing good stuff about Collision, though. I've been hearing a lot of good things about Collision, so I think maybe they've learned some lessons from Dynamite and they've implemented that into Collision. The only problem is Collision's on a Saturday, and already the ratings are in the kind of 400 to 500 range. And we did a bit of a look at some of the numbers of some of the films that had been on. And I think the average that we, just real rough, real ballpark, the kind of numbers that the films were getting in that time slot was like 550, 600, with some being like 850. But those were exceptions. So I feel like they need to be in that 550, 600 range to be as good as the films that were there. And I think they were like 450 maybe. Can't quite remember now. So I don't know, maybe there's a bit of concern sneaking in for Collision. I don't know what this week's numbers were. I never saw. I don't even know if they're out actually. So I don't know what this Saturday did. But obviously that 400 one was the same week as Money in the Bank. Not the same time, but same week. But yeah, I would say WWE being strong is meaning that people aren't necessarily looking for an alternative. They're quite happy with what WWE is serving up. But AEW's got its own problems as well with booking and whatever, but that's for a different time. I do think Tony is creating a product that fans maybe feel isn't up to par as it was in 2021, 2022. With Punk back, it's not enough to get people to care. I can't understand why you compare AEW to WWE. For me, they're two different things. I enjoy both for what they are, but I don't find them similar. Brenton said, should have asked on Money in the Bank, but I'll ask now. Would WWE done a Cena Mania pitch if AEW wasn't on the verge of selling out Wembley? Yes, I think they would. The reason why I say that is because I don't know or think that pitch was WWE. I think that was Cena. I've been to house shows. I've been to Raw tapings where Cena has said that. He normally says it after the show has ended, because normally if whoever's in the main event will say a few words on the microphone. And one of his go-tos was always, you should have WrestleMania in London, in England, in Great Britain, in the UK, whatever. That was, I heard him say that multiple times. It was not just a one-off. I've been to different shows and he's said it. It's a go-to for him to get a great reaction from the fans. And just judging by what Triple H said that, Cena was around. They managed to keep it a surprise. He wanted to, be out there in front of the fans. And to be honest, I just don't think they had anything planned necessarily for him. I think Cena's one of those people that they will allow to just go out there and talk, because they know that he's going to say the right stuff. He's going to represent the company well. He's going to go out there. He's going to entertain the fans. He's going to say something, kill a bit of time. People are just going to pop seeing him. They'll just pop as Cena. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God, I got to see Cena. Oh my God, Cena's here. Or what comes after that is just all a bit of a bonus ball. So I think that he has gone out there. I think he's gone back to some of his old shtick. I don't think it's got anything to do with AEW. I think he's just gone back to some of his old shtick. And I think WWE have gone, listen, can we just shove Grayson out there? Because Grayson being in a segment with you is just, if people are going to talk about Cena, we'd like them to see, Grayson, or be introduced to a new star as well. So they've shoved Grayson out there. I mean, what did it lead to? What was that thing? It was just a little beat down after, and that was it. So at this stage, I don't believe that it was scripted or that there was an AEW mindset or anything. I don't think there was anything like that. I just think Cena went out there, filled a bit of time, used some of his shtick that he's used in the past, which is the exact same reason why I've not got giddy at any point over the UK getting WrestleMania. because I'll need to see a hell of a lot more before I start getting excited about that. I just think that he went out there, said a few bits, and that was it. So no, I don't think AEW is involved at all. Right. Let's be real. Say the last 2 weeks of Raw were as good as talking points. How many will remember? Fans forget and on to the next show and eat it up, whether it's good, bad, or flat, says Big Time Baxter. Yeah. I think, though, that WWE is in a really good place, though, where it's actually got some casual fans tuning in. So your hardcore fans will eat it up, move on to the next show, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. But I think that WWE is attracting some extra interest at the moment. There's a lot of good stuff that's been going on. I think there's been a real buzz out of Money in the Bank. I think there's been a real buzz, what with the sale. I think there's been a buzz because of Vince stepping away, coming back, of course, but stepping away. Triple H taking over with creative. There's been a few things, Bloodline story, obviously Roman. There's been a few things that's really kind of brought the casuals in, and those numbers show more on SmackDown. But I just think at the moment, you don't really want to be putting on any flat shows or passable shows or so-so shows, because you'll always retain the fan base, but the casual fans, the ones that are specifically tuning in because, well, I might watch the wrestling tonight, you know. Such and such at work was saying that, like, this is going on, that's going on, and I don't know, we'll give it let's give it a watch. I quite fancy, I haven't seen it in a while. You know, that is happening. That is happening at the moment. That, you know, when we see the numbers increase, it's because people are watching that don't normally watch. And they might, you know, I'm not saying that they're completely new to wrestling. Some might be. Some might just be people that just check results but don't watch the shows. But some are also people that are casuals. And I think if you want to keep them around, you've got to be putting on consistently good, entertaining shows, good storylines that, you know, connect the shows together and so on, so on, so on. So, I don't know. Look, people seem a bit split on this one. For me personally, I would say that this show was flat. It was okay. But I think compared to where we've been and what we've seen recently, this is flat. I think you can say it's solid. Like, you know, it had some build to it. It didn't have like just complete rubbish. It wasn't like we were watching Indus Sher against some jobbers and then going on to, like, I don't know, Bobby Lashley cutting a promo that didn't go anywhere. It's not like it wasn't bad. But I just think, like, the bar is really high right now. And I think a show like this doesn't reach that bar. I don't even know if it came anywhere close to that bar. So for me, I don't know. I mean, like, this to me is like, it's probably like a 6 or something like that. It's probably like, yeah. I don't want to go down into the 5s because I think once you start going into like 5s, whatever, then you're starting to say that it is bad. I was perfectly entertained. But sitting here now, I just can't really go through many moments that, you know, if someone was like, oh, I've just joined the stream, what do I need to check out? I'd be like, I don't know. Nothing, really. Nothing. There's nothing you need to check out. There's nothing here that you need to particularly go out of your way to watch. But equally, none of it was bad. It was all fine. So, yeah, what you just said, we move on. And we move on to NXT tomorrow. So, looking forward to it. Should be good. There's plenty on that show, including more Judgment Day. Yes! Can't escape them. They're all over NXT tomorrow, so... But that's good. It'll be fun seeing them go down to NXT. That'll be interesting. I'm going to go off anyway and do my... review video thing. Really appreciate people joining us. Hope you got something from the stream. Hope you got something from the show. Hope you enjoyed the whatever you got out of it. As I said, I think nothing bad, but nothing that set the world on fire. And we'll see what NXT brings tomorrow. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.